Hey, what's going on, everybody? How are you doing? Happy Wednesday, chat, from me to you. Hope you guys are doing good, super good. We are currently anxiously and excitedly and patiently, all of those different adverbs. Anyways, we are doing all of those things waiting for New Glenn. What's up, Solo Assassin? And how are you doing, Seraph? And Graham coming in with that Twitch Prime subscription for 2 Kerbal years of support. Much love to you, my friend. Starting the stream off on a super positive note. Yeah, we are waiting for New Glenn to give us the word on whether or not we're going to see another launch attempt tonight. It is currently scheduled to launch in just under 3 hours from now, around 11 p.m. Mountain Time. So we'll see. We'll stick it out and see how it goes. Last time, if you guys remember, we covered the launch attempt on Sunday/Monday morning, and they unfortunately said that they had a avionics issue, some sort of system on board that they were not liking, where it wasn't in family. So we'll have to see exactly what comes into fruition. Actually, what was that specific reason? There was a specific reason that they said we're standing down to troubleshoot a vehicle subsystem issue that will take us beyond our launch window. They said something else that was a little bit more specific, but I don't remember what the exact cause was. The morning scrub was due to ice forming in a purge line on an auxiliary power unit that powers some of our hydraulic systems. So there you go. They had ice forming on the purge line of a APU to the hydraulic systems. And so for whatever reason, that was causing something that they didn't like. And so they were trying to fix that issue basically live. That's why they kept pushing back the launch time. Unfortunately, it brought us outside their window. They have a 3-hour launch window happening again tonight. At least that's where it's currently slated. Everything on the vehicle looks good to go, they say. Propellant loading has also already begun, which is pretty awesome. And then they said that they were a little bit worried about weather. So we'll have to see what happens. Prop load for New Glenn underway as of an hour ago. Yep, that's what's up. How you doing, Trey? But until then, chat, until we get word of the Blue Origin launch, we will try to do some of our own stuff with our own New Glenn. Yes. This is what we created. This is what we finished creating, I guess, on Monday's stream. We have basically officially unlocked reusable launch vehicles in the game. And as you all know, by reusable, I mean reusable. This stage landed over here. We picked it up with a truck, brought it over to the crane put it onto the pad, we dropped a second stage and fairing on top of it, and we launched it again. So that's where we were. We definitely got a lot of kinks to work out. But overall, I would say a pretty good success. You covering Starship tomorrow? I do plan on covering Starship tomorrow. Hopefully they don't push it back again. But yes, that is slated for tomorrow at 3 p.m. Mountain. So I do hope to cover that. Absolutely. Should be a good flight. But yeah, so this is what I want to work on probably for the next hour and a half, depending on how long Blue Origin takes to give us a word on their. If they give us a no-go, then we'll just stick with KSP. But at least for the next hour and a half, I want to work on the reusability, try to iron out some of those kinks, and perhaps even do a demonstration mission so we can actually walk through the entire reusability process again. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes, right? But for now, I want to recover all of this because off stream yesterday, I made a minor adjustment to our launch vehicle here. And I also want to test, because I haven't actually tested the modification. We'll go through that here in a second. But I also basically took this same launch pad that we have here and tried to make it something that we could just put here and launch, because the whole idea, right, chat? The whole idea is that we will occasionally have a new launch vehicle enter service. And to do that, we will just put the launch vehicle right on the launch pad and hit the launch button. But then if that vehicle is in a reusable mode, it can land here, or can land at any one of these landing sites over here. Probably I do want to have the launch infrastructure and reusability infrastructure separate, so that way when we come in for a landing, we don't have like 1,000 parts trying to render in and cause the game to lag and slow down. So we'll try to figure out some intelligent way to do that. But yeah, essentially I want to be able to have a new launch vehicle enter service, so to speak, launch it, have it land over here, and this is where our launch infrastructure for reusability will be, and so on and so forth. We got some theory crafting to work out, if you will. We got to do some civil engineering work. Yep, some more waiting in New Glenn tonight. That's right. We just need to avoid launching the pad. Yes, that is accurate. That is accurate. Oh, by the way, chat, I did off stream also take a gander, and I found the thing. I found the thing that we were looking for. This is it. Remember I was having a hard time finding the pad disconnect function. I found it. It was in our utility file, and it's called pad separator. So what I should be able to do is in our save file, put the docking port of the launch vehicle set to a tag of pad separator, and then when this little bit of code runs, it will actually undock it from that point. So hopefully, fingers crossed, that works. We got a lot of testing to do, of course, but for now, let's bring all this back in. Let's bring out the new slightly modified rocket and test launching it from the pad as if we had a new launch vehicle entering service. So I think that's a good place to start. So let's go ahead and recover that. We'll recover all of that so we don't have any unnecessary parts in render range. How is the forecast for New Glenn? I actually don't know what the probability of violation is. If somebody has that, I would definitely love for you guys to divulge that information. I have not seen a go no go probability for tonight. Let's go ahead, and we need to recover this. Yeah, we got to recover all of this infrastructure. Recover that, and recover the pad. Perfect. Okay, so let's go into the spaceplane hangar. So first we'll walk through some of the changes or upgrades or whatever you want to call that I did to the rocket off stream. Like, I literally just did one thing, haven't even tested it, so that it will need testing. But what we have, we go to our Minerva 2R flight ready, is I decoupled our roll control. So if you guys remember beforehand, we didn't have these two opposing Werner thrusters on the side. We only had these clusters, the clusters of 3, and each one of these was set to yaw, pitch, and roll control. All of these were set to yaw, pitch, and roll. The middle one was set to roll. It doesn't really matter. Those were never going to actually be used for roll because they're along the center axis of the vehicle. But we were basically using these two here for roll, but also for pitch and also for yaw. And if you guys remember, this thing had a little bit of trouble with the roll control. So what I've done, after kind of thinking about it, essentially what we had is what's known as an under-actuated control system. This was an under-actuated system, meaning that it could move in more orientations or more axes than what we actually had control for. Because we could, yaw, pitch, and roll, and really we only had 2 axes of control, because there were 2 axes that actually had shared control. And so those 2 axes of control were actually fighting each other. So what I did was I instead made these pitch and yaw control, and this is now only roll control. And I want to see how that perhaps improves performance, because if you guys remember, this seemed to kind of lag in its controllability, and then it would also basically try to pitch and yaw, which would leave roll control uncontrolled, and then it would try to roll, basically try to control roll, and that would leave pitch or yaw under actuated. So hopefully that little bit of a change makes a difference. We'll have to see. My expert estimate of launch probability, after considering all circumstances and taking the scope of unknown factors into account, notwithstanding the unforeseen, is heck if I know. Hey, fair enough. I appreciate that long-winded, convoluted, very engineering management response. Yes. Why not thrusters on the bottom? Like down here? Yeah, we could do it down here as well. It doesn't really matter where they are located, just because they're, no matter basically where they are, they're going to basically be equidistant from the center of mass line anyways, or I should say the center axis. But I put them up here just because that's where the other RCS control is, and to me that makes sense. Makes sense to have all of your RCS control up front, right? Because if we look at our notes from the New Glenn launch, which we'll be covering here in a little while, check this out. We had this one. So this is the forward module of New Glenn, and they have all of their thruster control in the forward module, which is pretty cool. But yeah, this is why this is its testing, because it makes sense, right? You would have all of your if it's compressed nitrogen, you know, cold gas thrusters, you'd have all of those in the top of your vehicle anyways. So like, why would you split those tanks up? So you know, it makes some sense in some way, shape, or form, I guess. But I don't think it really shouldn't matter if it's on top or bottom, I don't think. But anywho, all right. So that was one change that I made. Let's go ahead and make sure I actually have all of this changed as well. So that's a skipper. Yeah, check your staging, chat. It's always important. You guys know this. That goes there. That goes there. Is this the separator motor? Yes, it is. That's going to go there. And what are you? Wait, what are you? Are you to the payload? You're to the payload. Okay, that's fine. Yes, that's fine. That's going to go at the same time as this. It's actually not at the same time, but beforehand. All right, so it should be center engine, outboard engine, then second stage SEP, engine ignition. Then it should be, yes, that is going to separate, fairing deploy. Yeah, good. And then payload deploy. Okay, cool. Go ahead and save that. All right, so the other thing that we had here that I also did a small tweak on was I essentially made this, the Minerva 2 launch module, or launch mount version 3 launch flight ready. So what this is hopefully going to be is basically the static, oh, we can just integrate the rocket here inside the VAB, hit the launch button, and then we should be able to run the same code as we would as if we actually built the rocket on the pad using the crane for reusability. So I'm hoping that all of this remains pretty much the same, but we'll see. What's up, Olmo? How are you? Can you show the legs deploy process, please? Yeah. Okay, I'll go back and show that. So those are the couple of things that I made changes to off stream. But hopefully now we get to test it and see what's broken, because I haven't flown any of it yet. But yeah, you want to see the landing legs. Got it. All right, so what we have here is kind of a two-step process. Let me, ooh, you know what? I actually meant to check earlier. Are these struts okay? That strut looks okay. That strut looks good. You got to make sure you strut your stuff, chat. That strut looks good, and that strut looks good. Awesome. So those struts are not broken, it seems. So that's a positive. So I do have all of those bound to a CAL controller. All the landing gear deployment processes. Is it this one? Open editor. No, that is the spam lock function. If I could just find the correct CAL controller, because we have multiple of them on this vehicle, that would be great. Oh, I don't actually have it bound to a CAL controller. It's an action group. That's what it is. Okay, well, anyways, just to kind of show you, I have two parts that are essentially actuating Ulmo. I have the alligator hinge, which is basically the leg itself, and then attached to each one of those hinges, but starting from the vehicle, I have this right here, which is two, it's an alligator hinge and two telescoping arms. because essentially what happens is that those act as struts. If I can draw it super quick here, chat, by the way, real quick, flashbang warning. This is your flashbang warning. Look away. I warned you. I warned you, chat. All right, there we go. So essentially how I had the landing gear is I have a hinge that you saw, which is the primary landing leg, right? And then so this part, right, is of course attached to the rocket. And so you have your hinge kind of going up like this, right? So that's your hinge. It deploys this way. But I also have a part that's also connected up here to the rocket, and it is a 180-degree small hinge, and then it is a telescoping arm, and then it is another hinge, and then it is another telescoping arm, and then this is attached down here. So it basically acts as a strut. Like when these telescoping arms go full deployment, it acts as like an entire strut. And so that's how all of this is connected. So I basically have two different parts or two different assemblies for the landing gear itself. I have the actual big alligator hinge, and then I have a hinge up here, basically a hinge down here, and I have a hinge in the middle. And then all of this is attached via the telescoping arms. So it kind of looks like that. So to kind of show you what that looks like, if we do go target angle, that's the main leg hinge. And then we have our other hinge here at the same time that this hinge up here goes out. So hopefully you can kind of see where this is going. So there's the big alligator or bigger small alligator hinge in the middle there. And then we have the two telescoping arms. And so when all of those deploy, you get something like that. And that's actually attached via a strut to the bottom leg. So that's why you get, that's how you basically get everything working as it should. And so that's kind of what it looks like when it's fully deployed. But like I said, it doesn't work in the VAB because the struts don't run. But when this thing gets loaded up into physics range, the struts will actually run to this plate. And so it acts as basically an attached part, which is kind of cool. But yeah, that's how all of that is implemented. And then all that just folds up nicely. There we go. All right. So we have 10 tons of payload here, I think. Or maybe it's 9 tons. 9 tons of payload. Dummy payload. All of those are locked out. That's good. One thing I did want to make sure I do is, what is this going to be called? That's fine. Part, configure vessel naming. I'm wondering if that should actually be base or if I should like bring this down to like 10. We'll have to do some testing with this because if you guys watched the last stream, the part hierarchy, the actual naming convention in KSP matters when it goes to docking two craft together. Because essentially base is the highest priority naming convention vessel type. And then of course each one has its own naming priority. So for example, if I were to have my pad set as a base and my crane set as a probe, what's actually going to happen when the two dock together is essentially it is the crane docking to the pad, which means however the pad's docking port is aligned, the crane, when it goes to dock, will automatically snap its entire orientation to that docking port. So that's really bad. What we actually want is we want the rocket to dock to the crane and then the pad to dock to the crane. So that way the crane doesn't just completely shift and crack and strike. So we found that out last stream, which was fun. So it all depends on the vessel type of your craft files and then also the name priority of your craft files, I think. So yeah, we gotta play around with that a little bit. Okay, we're gonna call that there, and then we have this one, configure vessel naming. That's going to be a base, but it's going to be a smaller Level 5. There we go. Minerva 2 are flight ready. Okay, let's make that change. I appreciate that, Olmo. I'm glad you like it. Probability of new Glendenite. You know, I don't know what the actual probability is. I'm not sure where we can find the POV, the probability of violation for this launch, but they did say they're worried about weather, but they said that the vehicle is go for tonight, and they started prop load over an hour ago. So they are off stream actually going through with the launch so far. And I haven't heard otherwise, so that's, tis good. Tis good. Tis not bad news, yeah? So, we'll see. Yeah, and no other, this is what we got last. Propellant loading underway, 1 hour, I retweeted. We'll see. We'll see what sticks. If not, we'll just play more KSP, I guess. Yeah, exactly, Naps. Indeed, it's those little things about the game that really can make or break some of these more complex builds. Okay, so now that we've saved it and all of that, let's get out our pad that we developed, integrate it in there, and see if we can't launch it as if we were bringing this out into service for the first time. That's essentially what we're going for. So we're going to switch editor. We're going to open it up. Oh, you know what? No, that doesn't matter. Actually, no, that does matter. Standby. Like I said, one of the things I wanted to do and almost forgot to do was, can we name, did I already name the docking port appropriately for the tag for the code? So if we load it back up and we go here, docking port junior, name tag pad underscore separator. You see that? So in our code here, when we go for this function here, so we basically do our countdown, we do our center engine ignition, we do our outboard engine ignition, and then we go into these pad separation code. That looks for the parts with the tag called pad separator, finds that instance of the docking port, and then undocks it. So pretty much, hopefully if this runs, and hopefully with that name tag, that should separate it, but we'll see. What's up, Pandarific? How are you doing? Okay, well, let's see what happens. So yeah, let's go ahead and save that. New. Load in that pad. Did I hit all games by accident? I did. Oh dear. Oh dear. Come on, there you go. Stop it. All right, so we want Minerva. So yeah, Minerva 2 launch mount version 3 flight ready. Okay. So yeah, this is it. So essentially what ideally this will be the same exact launch pedestal that we use for the reusability, and all we have to do is integrate it to the same node and then just hit launch. So that way we don't have to worry about like having 2 different types of launch scripts and 2 different ways things are launched. We just can hopefully use the same code, but we'll see. When is new Glen set to go? Right there. Right there. So we'll see. 2.5 hours essentially from now, 11 p.m. Mountain Time. That's 1 a.m. Eastern. All right. I feel like I'm going to have a problem with this, if I'm being honest, but we'll have to see how that goes. We'll do a pad fit check here real quick as well. I'm wondering how a fully fueled rocket on this version is going to stabilize itself, I guess, for lack of a better word, but we'll see. Let's go to the SPH. Now, the unfortunate thing about all of this is I think I have to do this every single time, which is load in this version from the SPH and then reroute the craft, because as we know, for whatever reason, the radially attached docking port just it just completely reroutes the craft file, which is just, it's bad. It's really not great. It messes everything up pretty horribly, which is unfortunate. Wait, did I? Oh, this one. So yeah, well, flamey end up, chat. Flamey end up. There we go. Now, again, what I'm hopeful, no, bad. Those struts did not run correctly. Is it just as simple as that? I'm hoping it is. It's hard to see. I am very hopeful that that is all that is required of me. Looks like it. Okay, I can see them all. Good. Okay. Let's also move this to the center point. Yep, that looks pretty centered. Let's make sure we have at least something that is strutted to root. That's grandparent. Yeah, let's stretch you to root. There we go. You know what? And while I'm thinking about that, let me go to new. Let me go switch editor. Oh, I'm gonna have to redo it. So I'll show you what the problem is with that docking port here in just a second. I didn't think about it. I didn't think about it, chat. Yeah, like I said, let me change this to be root. There we go. Save it. So now, I'll show you what's wrong with that docking port. Every time, for whatever reason, radially attached docking ports around a fairing does not behave well. Because if we go to that same craft file we just had, this one, load it in. Yep, that's what happens, chat. For whatever reason, it just shifts the entire root part of the vehicle over, keeping everything else that docking port is attached to in the same position. Every time you reload scenes in the VAB and SPH and whatnot, with after rerouting this part, it just does this. And I don't know how to fix it. But anyways, so we'll delete that. We'll load it back up from the SPH and we'll reconnect it. Kind of a pain. There's a workaround, but it's a pain that it happens every single time. All right, there we go. We'll go flamey in down. Oh my God, really? Stop it. There we go. Those struts did not run correctly. That's okay, it's an easy-ish fix. There we go. All right. Should be good to load this out there. Go ahead and save it and check staging real quick. Yep. All that is good. Save it and launch it. All right, well, let's see what happens here, chat. We'll see what happens with this. This will be the first flight. First time this pad and this rocket are integrated. Well, hopefully it'll actually get off the pad and then we'll be able to see how it goes. Did I fully fuel the rocket? I don't think I did. I think I forgot to fuel the rocket up. Not a big deal. We'll just make sure to do it here in a second. Yes, not fully fueled. The upper stage is fueled though. Okay. All right. So if I click here and then 100, then we can fuel up the rocket. Looks like everything else is in fact full. Yep, good. And then click there, do the same thing for the oxidizer. Yeah, maybe. That'd be nice. Right? That'd be nice. Just take the whole pad with you. Totally fine. All right, so we're listing a little bit. Not that that's really too big of a problem. Looks like our brackets and everything are, in fact, holding the rocket up. That's nice. Could be worse. Right? It could totally be worse. So yeah, if we go here, don't mind the null reference, it's fine. Go to physics, arrow GUI data, So we're a full degree off. Interesting. Why are we a full degree off? Because we have a part that's root auto strutted. I'm wondering what's sagging a full degree if that's auto strutted. Anyways, let's hit the go button here, shall we, chat, and see what's up. So this is what we have to keep an eye on. That's what I'm hoping actually works right here, is this pad separation. So that is the pad separator. Center engine start. And it's free. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, it didn't switch, chat. Wait, why didn't it switch? Huh? Hold up. I know why it didn't switch. I know why it didn't switch, chat. Because back yesterday when we were testing, I forgot to put it back. Minerva to our flight ready. That's probably what it needs to have happen. We're pitching over completely. All right, good test, chat. That's high five. Yep, that's good. That's good. All right. Oh, we got NASA Spaceflight doing their New Glenn coverage, chat. We'll probably kick over and watch them in a little bit. But they got a nice view of the propellant loading underway. So we'll see. Hopefully it sticks. All right. Let's try that again. So this time it is hopefully correctly there. We can actually go here and see Minerva to our flight ready. Yeah, so that should be correct. Minerva to our flight ready. Good. Let's try that again. Yeah. There we go. Uh-oh. Fuel! Oh, Admiral. Where were you? That I didn't see it in time. Yes, fuel. Unbelievable. Fuel's a thing. Fuel's something that rockets require, right, chat? I was like, wait, what's going on? Why isn't it working? I am up all night trying to get Reddit to force Nintendo to bring back the 3DS. I am somehow not tired. Well, there you go. It's because you have a vision, you have focus, you have a purpose. What's up, Isaac? How are you? Nah, that's overrated. Yeah, overrated. Yeah, totally. Yeah, we're gonna fly this into space on hopes and dreams, chat. That's what we're gonna do. It's worked for us in the past, Kappa. This is gonna be a long night. I feel ya. I was thinking about that earlier myself. Okay. Yep, we are almost 2 degrees off this time. That's not great. Why? Why are you? Why? And how? Your root part strutted. Is the whole thing bending? Is the root part bending? The root part must be bending, right? There's no other reason why that would be doing that. Is that the root part? That is the root part, isn't it? Oh, you know, I should totally put a stability launcher there, or struts. Well, let's just see how it goes, yeah? Just see how it goes. What could possibly go wrong, chat? All right, here we go. Hopes and dreams, yeah, something like that. Found your old 3DS and got a gaming PC? Well, that's actually pretty awesome. Uh-oh. It hit the vertical thing. I think we're okay though. Yeah, it's correcting. Okay, there we go. A little Astra off the pad there, Chad, if I do say so. But it does look to be correcting. We're entering roll program. All right, all right. Give it a little bit more gimbal authority for a second. So, Huh. Not great if that's going to do that all the time. It's not great. But hey, we're on our way, Chad. We're fine. We made it. We scraped some paint off the rocket. It's all good, right? Yeah, we'll see. Minerva 2. You can tell it's a Minerva 2 by the way that it is, chat. GG. GG. Yo, Warlock coming in with the 46 Kerbal years with a Twitch Prime. Much love to you, my friend. I hope you're doing well. Starting the stream off. How you doing, Warlock? Hope you're doing good on this fine Wednesday evening, Thursday morning, wherever you may be. And we should have shutdown right about meow. Ooh. Oh, did those not? Stand by. Were those already separated? That's the question. Go away. You're ruining my plans here. Please? Please go. Go away. You're not welcome. You're so not welcome here. This is great. This is good. That's all we needed. Yep. Good test. Gosh dang it, chat. Time warp? Yeah, I could have time. Well, actually, it would have been physics warp because we're not out of the atmosphere. That's one way to stage, isn't it? Yeah. Were those already? Oh, wait, no. Are those aren't already deployed, are they? No, they're not already deployed. What's going on? Let me revert real quick to the vehicle assembly building. We'll have to redo that. Yeah, that's fine. Quick and explosive disassembly. Pretty much. All right, let's just take you off because you're no use to me when you're like that. Switch, open. Let us see, chat, let us see. I was like, why are we having problems with that now? What exactly are we having problems with? It's like, are they deploying too fast? No way, right? They should not be deploying too fast. Let me also action group. This is what I actually wanted to change. So that should be on action group 1, right? We have skip or shutdown. Oh. Ah, that will do it. You see, do you see what I see, chat? Do you see a problem here? We shut down the skippers, we deploy the pistons, and then what? And then what? Aha. Aha. Decouple. And then undock. Undock. Yeah, make sure all of that undocks at the same time. Yeah. Hopes and prayers again? Yeah, hopes and prayers again. Actually, you know what? Do I want that all to separate? That sounds like a bad idea to me, chat. I'm not gonna lie. That sounds like a really horrid idea. Because if we separate this, okay, let me see. Let me just hear me out, chat, right? So if we separate this, the big flamey end here, at the same time that we separate this, and then this ignites with hot expanding gases and hits this, this will become a bullet and hit this. So I think I actually don't want the docking ports to undock. So we'll keep this as a plate. We can undock this at any time. So that's probably good. Let's do it that way. Also, let's hit 4 to make sure we're controlling from here. Yeah, so we'll control from here, and then also that's when we will undock. Yeah. Good. Save. I think that's better. Now, the other thing, chat. Ah, so this is not strutted? Okay. How's that not strutted? Why did I not strut that, chat? Okay. Anyways, save that. And let's bring out the other thing. All right, let's try this again. Any update on the Nuglin? Nope, no update. All right, so we want this guy loaded up. And I'm wondering, chat, here, if I actually should save this. Oh, that's probably why. Yeah, that is actually exactly why. Is there no way that I can make this lower? Like, I would really appreciate it if we could do something like this. Can we do that, or is it just going to raise it up entirely anyways? I don't know. But regardless, we can essentially get rid of this. And then we just need some more struts. We gotta strut our stuff some more. We'll strut that there, like so. And we'll also try to make sure we strut that in. Not like that, though. Just try to keep the root part and everything from bending too much. I think could be pretty good. So, anyways, let's go ahead and save again. And actually, let me cancel that. Let me swap editor. Let me save it here, swap back, and there we go. And then just to make sure we have, I always try to use the SPH as like our single source of truth for the most up-to-date version of a vehicle. So, we'll see. All right, let's go ahead and load up our flight-ready rocket. That's Minerva 1, we want Minerva 2, flight ready, merge that crap file in. All right, let's see. You know what I should really do, chat, is I should put something that's really easy to attach this to. So hopefully those struts don't get messed up. Just Ah, see, just like that. The struts can get messed up if you do that. They're probably messed up anyways, but... that they are. Every time. Oh well. Something like that. Okay. Go ahead and save that. Check our staging. Staging looks good. Good. And launch. Hey, NTB, how are you? All right, let's see what happens here now. In the meantime, while that's loading, another quick little refresh on the launch window. Looking good still. Awesome. We sit and we wait, chat. We sit and we wait. That seems mildly better than it was before. We'll see what it's like when it's full of fuel, though. Okay. Seems okay. I think we're good. Ooh, can I aim down here? It does. Ooh, I don't know. Did those struts run correctly? I hope those struts ran correctly. I think they did. It just looks a little weird because of the fairing. But I think they did. All right, well, let's fuel it up as we've done before. There we go. Now for the oxidizer. There we go again. All right, chat, let's try it again, yeah? There we go. What could possibly go wrong again? There we go. And here we go. F5? I guess we could F5, sure. Why not? Why not? We're definitely listing about as bad as we were beforehand, so. Wonder if I should do the same strutting that I did over here, but over here on this side as well. Could be useful. It could help. Okay. Why not F14? F14, yeah, why not F14? Bring the Tomcat in. That thing flies well. Uh-oh. Oh, it's that right there. It's when the other engine ignites. Just a little scrape. Just a tiny little scrape, chat. All right. We're underway. A little Astro Drifty on the side. Yeah, it'll buff out, no worries. You expect your reusable rocket to come back with a few scrapes and burns, right? Totally. That's really bad. So, yeah. There's some things we can do. There's some things we can do with that. Hey, what's up, Willie? How are you? Yeah, there's definitely some things we can do with that. You usually don't expect it to come back at all. That's fair. That's fair. yeah, exactly. Laredo. Sergeant Jack. That's a great movie. not a normal behavior for a successful launch. That's true. That is not. It wasn't perfect by any means. Coming up on Nico right now. There we go. It worked. Oh my god, it worked. All right, so we just let that do its thing. Don't really care because we're testing this vehicle. Ah, that's right. 4. Yes, that worked as well. Beautifus. Beautifus, chat. And there goes that little thing. Oh, wow. That thing really got taken by the aerodynamics, huh? And we'll start our boost back burn. And shut down. All right. We'll let it do its thing. I wonder if I can actually switch to this and actually get into orbit. Boop. Totally fine. We didn't lose anything, right? No. So yeah, how much time do we have on that stage? Not a lot. I'll tell you that much. Not a lot, actually. 25 seconds to Apo. So then 25 seconds until it's here. So we got maybe 50 seconds here. Maybe. Yep, just a minor boink. It's designed for that. I wonder if it would be better to actually set the decoupling to 0 force, so that way it maybe just like falls off the side or something. Not sure. Not sure what's actually better there. All right, that's 100. I mean, we're super close to getting it into orbit. I'm just gonna leave it there so we can actually test the thing that we want to test. Come on. Hello, game. Do you want me to? Here we go. All right. What could go wrong? We'll need to get it into its correct orientation. That is not the correct orientation. All right, we'll leave it right there, and we'll hit the landing button. And there we go. See how we have roll control now, chat? That's really nice. It actually even seems like the thrust is a little bit too high. What happens if we do like 50%? Seems a little bit better. Okay. Looking good. It's tracking. Yes or no. Definitely can. Yeah, we could do something like that. Like figure out our linear distance between this and the upper stage and then always switch back or something like that. What I want to get to eventually is actually threading, so we can actually control the second stage and the first stage at the same time while they are in render range, and then don't even have to worry about switching. That's looking good, chat. Oh, that's looking good. I'm pretty happy with that. We are almost 15 meters away from the center point. I'm pretty happy with that. I think that performed way better than we've ever had it perform, and I think it's because we decoupled the roll control. That was the one change we made. We decoupled the roll control, and my goodness gracious, did that have an improvement. Huh. All this time, chat, staring me right in the face. We just had to decouple our under-actuated system. Is this KSP 1 or 2? It's KSP 1. Yeah, KSP 2, unfortunately, if you haven't heard, is a dead game. It is not being developed. The studio has shut down, so we're not playing it. All right. That looks good. What do we do? We go and get our truck. That's what we do, chat. Yeah, let's go and pick this thing up. Do we have things to do? Let's go to the Space Center. We can recover that guy, the pad, and then we can set out another pad, the other pad, with the crane, get the truck out, and figure things out. Yeah. Got to get the broom. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, that's what I want. That's what I want to do. What I want to do, names. Wait, do you mean like not having the controller involved? Is that what you're saying? So this we don't need. Why is that a base? That should be changed. Anyways, go ahead and recover that. It's a mod called KRPC. So KRPC, or Kerbal Remote Procedural Calls. And it doesn't just support Python, it supports a lot of different programming languages. Python's just the one that I'm familiar with and use. But yeah, basically you install the mod in the game, KRPC, which is this little guy down here, KRPC mod. And then for Python, you just download the KRPC package, and there you go. You're in. Yeah, indeed, Pete. Indeed. Oh, I see what you're saying, names. Yeah, it's actually not a bad idea. That might be a good first test for developing our own flight controller like that. Hey, what's up, Element? How are you? Okay, so we need a few things here. We need this guy. Really? You have a rocket already on there? How do you already have a rocket on there? All right, that seems good. Yep, that should all be fine now. Ooh, 1 second. You should not be a base, ever. You should be a lowly probe. Yeah. With, like, no naming priority, except. Good. You should never have priority as the pad. I don't remember how far it needs to go, but that seems okay. We'll leave it. we leave it there, or do we push it in more? That's the question. Let's try putting it there and seeing what happens. I don't know how close that's going to be to the actual pad that's out there. But if I basically use those I-beams right there as our point, then we know we can always line it up with that. Yeah, so that can be our point that we're always looking to align it with. So that aligns with that. Yeah, okay. Or do we actually want the bottom to line up with it? Yeah, I think I want the bottom to line up with it. Yeah, something like that. Because I'm thinking about the crane as well. I got to be able to see how to line up the crane. Okay, let's put that out there and see how that works. Wait, no way. Clear the launch pad and proceed. Abort. Wait, really? I can't. That's counted as the same pad? That's interesting. Hey, what's up, Methane? How are you? Yes, go Nuglin. That's right, we are waiting. Still haven't heard anything else. Propellant loading is underway. That was 2 hours ago. We have a fancy schmancy live stream coming from NASA Spaceflight. If you guys don't know them, they bring us fantastic views like this all the time. Will Nuglin booster land on the drone ship? I'm feeling confident, 100%. But yeah, they bring us all of these awesome live streams, so go check out NASA Spaceflight if y'all haven't yet. So I have them in the background as we wait as well. And then checking Nuglin, still no update on the launch window. Okay, so yeah, for whatever reason, okay, so we'll have to send the truck out and I guess move it away. So that's no problem. So I guess we'll do that first, yeah? We'll get the truck out, we'll go and pick it up, and then we'll put the pad out. It's good to know though, because I would not have thought that to be a thing, I guess. All right. So let's get the SPMT out. Version 3. We'll have to take the rocket off again. Fine, this is left over from us testing. Okay. Save it. Launch it. Oh, that's right, I can't. Oh no. How many parts is this? 275. I can't launch anything. Well, isn't that something, chat? Can I launch anything anywhere? Do I have another part? Utility hangar. I guess I can launch it there. Oh, there we go. Oh, okay, cool. Does that work? Wait, so can I now do it up here? Launchpad utility hangar. Ah, there we go. Saved by a mod, I hope. Did we get saved by a mod? We'll see, I guess. You posted a meme in Discord. It is. Are you sure it's safe for work? The heck is this? What is that a picture of? Or a video of? Oh, we're alive. Okay, that's good, chat. We're actually alive. Hell yeah. Let's get this show on the road. Is a turbo encabulator built but for ship 29? That's awesome. I'll have to listen to that off stream. Staying up for 1 a.m. for this? Yeah, I know. I feel ya. I feel ya. Still no update, so no news is good news? Oh God, we're driving all over the lawn. Get off my lawn. The lawn man is going to be very upset with us. I think that's Bill. I think Bill is the lawn man. Yep, just not making it any better there, Valentina. Bill is just livid. You'll take no news? Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. All right, let's go ahead and slow down a bit. Take this turn nice and easy. This is kind of a backwards way of doing it. I got to remember that I need to put all the assets out. Well, I guess in the future, we're actually going to have all our reusability assets over here, so it's not going to ever run into this problem. We're kind of just testing right now, but it's good to know. It's good to know that for whatever reason, that part right there counts as the pad. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why. Okay. It's looking good though. Look at that, chat. We landed pretty perfectly. Okay, so go ahead and get up next to the rocket. We'll look to capture it. Hopefully we can line ourselves up pretty good. That's fine. Don't worry about it, chat. It's totally fine. It'll buff out. I saw it and I was like, nah, it's okay. It's whatever. Not quite aligned. It's already scraped from the launch tower. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. It's totally okay. It doesn't matter. That seems pretty close. Here, one second. Yeah. There we go. Sometimes my controller, apparently my throttle setting is bound to the motor control, and it's, yeah, it was draining unnecessary battery. So, anywho. Can I tempt fate here and just unlock? Okay, I can. Good. Sometimes that pops the wheels, but I think we're okay. Good. Yep, gonna need to straighten up a little bit more. It's okay though. What's good about this is, you know, we don't have any grip pads or anything on the foots, on the little foots of the rocket. That we should just be able to essentially back into the rocket, and it should, hopefully, without tipping over, self-align. Hope being the operative word there. Still nothing on Blue Origin, so that's good. Are we drifting? I think we're drifting, aren't we? Because there's no way we were that far off beforehand. Okay. Go ahead and lock that out. Perfect. Nice. That was easy. Popped a few wheels because I wasn't actually expecting to dock, but we did dock and we're okay though. So that's good. Let's go ahead and put this down so we can just take the weight off the back. And we'll go ahead and put these down as well. There we go. Now we can go do this. Hello? Game? No? Something like that. Why have Blue Origin delayed New Glenn so much? Same with Starship Flight 7, just basically weather. Weather's been really bad, you know? I mean, there's the whole Arctic vortex right now, and that's caused so many other things around. Of course, that's more Midwest and whatnot, but yeah, it's winter, and it's like winter going into like spring, that sort of time between January and March, and even through March, you just have bad weather. All it is. All right. I think we're good there. We look good here. Let's go ahead and clamp it. I forget to hit, oh, that's what it is, isn't it? Oh no, 5, yeah. There we go. Yeah, now that's locked into place. Awesome. So that hook up in the front basically grabs the vehicle from here and tries to pull it tight. Yeah, so we'll do that. Okay, cool. All right, well, now we got to find the cow controllers. There's a couple of them that we need. Oh, there's one. I saw it. Where is it? There you are. We're just going to go ahead and pause you, bring you back. Yeah, it's just bad weather. Just that time of year, unfortunately. Yep. Is that it? Yeah. Okay, cool. So that should be fine. Now, what I'm hoping that we can do is bring these down a little bit at the same time that we can bring these down. Yeah, like that. Yo, and Gray versus Blue coming in with that Twitch Prime subscription for 16 Kerbal years of support. Much love to you, my friend. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Okay, there we go. Go ahead and bring the extensions up. Bring that in under tension. Like that. We'll go ahead and keep bringing this up a little bit at a time. And there we go. Legs are in. How about that? All right, cool. Perfect. Well, now you know what time it is, chat. Now we roll it on back. Ah, my bad. Don't break, please. Stand by. I forgot I locked it out. Nice legs you got there. Well, thank you. You never skip leg day, yeah? Oh, really, comedian? Hey, fair enough. Hey, KSP guy, what's good? Red origin? No. Fine. I should not have probably put that down yet. Noted. Let me just go ahead and maybe try and do something like that, yeah? Just a little support there. Good. As we bring it on back. There we go. Popped a tire. We have plenty, I think. We did pop a tire, though. Need to get back in the gym for leg day? Yeah, I gotcha. Okay, we're about an hour and a half, chat. Still looking okay. Okay. So I think we're in a pretty good spot. Let's go ahead and lock that out again. Good. We'll put load back on the wheels. And there we go. All right. Success. Pretty close to dead center. Yeah, we were 14.8 meters away from dead center. I'll take it. Especially if we can do that consistently. That's pretty nice. -7°C average, yeah. That's it's been colder here in Colorado. That's for sure. And I think on Saturday, not only is it supposed to snow, but it's supposed to get down to like -20. Just crazy. That's like wind chill factor, I guess, because it's also going to be below freezing by like a lot, and then it's also going to be like 20-mile-an-hour winds. So awesome winter storm. All right, that looks good. All right, we'll leave that be. Let's go to the Space Center and load out the other two things. Keep the landscapers happy? Yeah, exactly. No scorched grass. Exactly. 100%. Make sure you're drinking your water, chat. Stay hydrated. All right, so we have that there. Perfect. I wonder if I need to redesignate that thing, that landing pad. snows for your birthday, that'd be nice. I guess if you want it to snow, then I hope it snows. It's watching from California. Oh man. Yes, where it never goes above or below 60, right? 65 maybe. Okay, so we need the pad. There we go. So that's a line there. Let's go ahead and save it. And let's go ahead and launch it. And let's see where that goes. We might have to revert because it might be actually on the pad still, which is not good. We'll have to check our alignment. That's right, Entropy. Stay hydrated. With the cheers. All right, come on, bring it through, chat. KSP's already struggle busting. Oh no, that actually looks to be the perfect spot. Cool. And look at that beautiful looking rocket over there. Awesome. Okay, sounds good. So we want to go to Space Center, back into the VAB, load up the crane, and then we'll get the crane situated. Ah, Northern California, gotcha. Yep, gotcha. It's still not too bad. For me, I like seasons. I do like seasons. Like for me, I, lived, gosh, 6 years, I think it was, in Florida. In Florida, the coldest it gets in the winter is like 50 maybe. And that's rare. It's usually just hot all the time. Or humid all the time, which makes that 50 degrees even colder because it's actually humid. But yeah. It's like never jacket weather. Actually, no, if anyone knows Florida, every day is jacket weather because when you go inside, everyone has their AC cranked up. Or I guess I should say cranked down to like 60 degrees. So every day is jacket weather in Florida for that reason. All right, let's get the pad out. This one right here, load it. Then we have to make sure it's all aligned appropriately. And it is not. We essentially want it to be like right there. And then moved forward a good little ways. All right, save it. And now launch that. And obviously when I say when I'm speaking temperature, it's Fahrenheit. Just anyone who's in the metric system is like 60 degrees. I mean, I think it's obvious, but I do catch myself doing that sometimes. It's like, we have viewers here that don't operate in Fahrenheit for a good reason too, honestly. I mean, would you like a metric system, or would you like a system that's based on a scale of 0 to 100, or would you like a totally random system? Yeah, we chose the totally random one. Ooh, that looks pretty good there. Oh, nice. I forgot I didn't have to actually move it all the way out because the actual width is over here, so. Yeah. America. Damn freedom units. If it ain't in Kelvin, it isn't for you. Okay, Gray. Calm down. You're just somebody who likes your life hard. How about Rankin? Go with Rankin. If you really want to challenge, go with Rankin. Let's go ahead and EVA. I'm hopeful, comedian. I mean, they said that the vehicle and everything is go. The only thing they're worried about is weather, and I don't know what the weather is like there in terms of the probability of violation, POV. But that's what they said that they were worried about, so. Oh, you know what? I always forget to do this chat with the crane. I really need to, in the VAB, make sure we do this. Steering enabled. 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 And steering enabled. Perfect. Other side too? Yep, good. All right. Yeah. Just based on all the energy that goes into using Kelvin scale. It's not random, it's unconstrained by your feeble 0 to 100 scale. Is that what it is? That's a fancy way to say useless. No, I'm just kidding. Yes, Kerbal horsepower, stronger than horse. What about the Rankine scale? Rankine, the only place I've seen Rankine used is with aircraft engines. Yeah, because, you know, the aviation industry, at least in America, is still, well, I don't know. A lot of the old stuff was definitely, and by old, I mean like just 10 years ago, was still all done in Imperial units. I mean, obviously, like, Airbus and European countries will work with metric, but all of the American aviation stuff was still using Imperial units and Rankine for, like, engine temperatures and stuff like that. Hey, what's up, Mad Chat? How are you doing? I'm doing pretty good, man. Hope you're doing swell. We're about to switch over to do some launch coverage, so we'll see how that goes. Everything still looks fine on that front. Yeah, I know, right, Terrace? Because we must be contrarian. We must have our own thing. So we will not call it Imperial, we will call it freedom. Caw! Eagle screech. Yep, blame Lockheed for that one. That probe. Because NASA did specify metric, but oops. Looking good. Call it right there. That look good? Yeah, I think that's plenty of room. All right. Sweet. Well, you know what? Real quick, can we get the booster integrated, I wonder? Call it colonial? Oh god. So just calling a little bit, but doing well. Yeah, catching a little bit, but doing well. Good. Yep, we are patiently waiting for New Glenn. No news is good news at the moment, in my opinion, so. Alright, time to back it up, chat. this needs to go here. Terrace, I don't know. You have to bring that one up to the weights and measures. Yeah, it'd be really good if we can get this integrated before switching over to Blue Origin. I kind of want to be switched over though. What do you want to do, chat? Do y'all want to try and integrate this real quick, or do y'all just want to go ahead and switch over to the Blue Origin coverage? Blue Origin does like saying nothing though, that is true. We'll see. Integrate. Integrate. Wow, 2 people in different chats said the same thing, okay. Or is it the same account but in 2 different chat rooms? Aw, dang it. I was really thinking that we made that nice and easy, but no matter. I just hear Galaxy Quest, the scraping noise as we do this. That seems pretty good. All right, let's bring it up. Get the weight off. Okay. Well, here we go. In the Dalek voice. Integrate. You could force your students to watch the launch on the projector. That'd be pretty solid. Man, yeah, force them. Man, I wish we had a teacher in high school that would force us to watch rocket launches. It'd be awesome. Now, do we have the room here, chat? Ugh. Oh, I thought I left myself enough room here. I'm not seeing it, chat. I don't think we have enough room here. Yep. With the paint flaking off, indeed. The engines will clear, but not this. Such is life. It's gonna be tight. A little bit. I mean, there's no way, right? Yeah, not even gonna be close. All right, we're gonna have to tease it forward a little bit. All right, hold strong, little wheels. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, good. That was not a complete catastrophe. Okay. Okay, hold tight. Wait for it to lock. There we go. Perfect. That's looking pretty good. Is our lock still in place? It is still in place. Heck yeah. Okay. Now this, we can go ahead and say, stop it. There we go. I'll just stop it from fighting for a second. All that seems to be good. Still in place. Okay, well, let's go here. Shall we? Ooh, you know what I also forgot, chat? Is this a base? Command. Oh, I need to make sure. Oh, I forgot to change all of that, chat. Son of a gun. Configure vessel naming. Rover base 20. Okay. Now this guy. Part. Configure vessel naming. Not a base. Or if it is a base, it should be set to 1. Yeah, let's just not even have it be a base. All right, I'm going to F5 here because we're testing this. I want to see if just doing that is fine, because this is still technically a base, if I'm not mistaken, but I think it's set to priority 10, whereas this is set to priority 20. So I want to see if that matters. Yeah, see, it's still a base. But if I recall, go here, aim camera. It's a base, but set to 5 even, so yeah. Okay, cool. And that is a base set to 10, yeah? Oh, it's because I'm not targeting that. Base 20, okay. Well, let's try it. Looking okay. Oh yeah, I also forgot to, I should do that as well. So this, the motor on, but torque set to like 1%. This motor on, torque set to 1%. And motor on, it's set to 1%. There we go. Okay. Are we ready, chat? Let's see what happens. What do you think returning the second stage by doing what do you think about returning the second stage by doing an atmospheric burn and then a landing burn? Is it impossible, or Starship's lift based reentry method purely to reduce the amount of propellant? Oh yeah, it's definitely to reduce the amount of propellant, because when you're talking about doing exo-atmospheric deceleration burns like that, Viking did that, right? The Viking lander from Mars, and Mars's atmosphere is only 2% of Earth's, and it required one hell of a mass fraction of propellant to do that. It would just take way too much propellant to try and slow yourself down. Because think about it, you would essentially have to, if orbital velocity is close to 7.7 kilometers per second, that's a lot. That's a lot of propellant that you need to engulf as you re-enter. Plus re-entry is like on the order of 30 minutes. So are you burning that entire time, or are you doing a really big deceleration burn? And if you're doing a deceleration burn, then you got to burn, you know, a lot of that 7 kilometers down, so that way you're fine. So yeah, it's just unfortunately for that use case, using propellant to slow down is not as viable. Okay, let's go ahead and boop. Uh-oh. Oh no, we're good. Looks like it jumped a little bit, but not the crane, so that's good. Phew. Okay, we'll bring it under some tension here and bring it back a little bit as well. There we go. Now I'm testing this. I wonder if this will be a bad idea. I'm putting it on its wheels before separating. But I guess we'll test. Oh, nope, that was bad actually. Yep, that was just a bad idea. All right, there we go. We're fine, we're free. The reason why I wanted to do that is so that way once we separate, it can just drive forward. Was the idea anyways, so it just doesn't slam it around. That may have been okay. I should have put more tension in the crane, I think, though. Closed loop design. Hell yeah, that's awesome. All right, let's go ahead and unlock that and bring it down. And hopefully, while that's doing that, I can continue operations here. Okay. It looks like it stopped, maybe? I'm not sure what's going on there. Actually, it doesn't look like those are actuating. Wait, what's going on? Oh, did I accidentally do the wrong thing? Yes, I did do the wrong thing. Did I? Yes. Reverse, play that backwards. That's what's supposed to be going, so all of those go. Okay, now we're good. It's always something, chat. Okay, let's bring it over. Aim camera. Use the delicate engine bells to stop it from swinging. It's okay, this is KSP, where the engine bells are made out of tungsten, right? Totally fine. Or depleted uranium. You good? We're fine. This is fine, chat. There we go. That actually looks decent. It's looking good. This is a bit janky. I mean, I guess. What are you gonna do though, right? ASP is not meant to do this, really. All right, well, let's bring it forward just a little bit. Yeah, I wish the robotic parts didn't have so much. I wish the robotic parts weren't made out of springs. Let's put it that way. with the transporter being the stand, because believe it or not, that's harder to do. Because that's how we used to do it, and it's not great. Also, how are you going to integrate a new payload and stuff horizontally? I mean, it's doable, but I kind of feel like this is easier because you're working with gravity and not against it. But yeah, we've tried having the transporter be the pad, but trying to lift something multiple times this way instead of just dropping it on the pad, the robotic parts drift, and you can basically use the pad only once because the parts don't stay where they should be every time you dock and undock something, which sucks. Which is why you have to be patient and make sure everything is aligned to the best of your ability. There we go. Yep, that seems good. Yeah, that all worked nicely though. Janky, but effective. All right, let's bring it taut. I do not care to lift the pad, please. Thank you. Am I lifting the pad right now? I am. Oops. Let's not do that. Let's not lift the pad, please. Thank you. I just wanted to put some tension in the crane, that's all. My bad. My bad. Perfect. All right, there we go. First stage integrated. Yeah, exactly, King. That's why I went with the crane and static pad. So the pad has no moving parts. And so long as you work with hierarchy and stuff, I have not seen any drift. We've done in our last save, let me see, using this crane. So this is our old crane and our old launch vehicle. So you can see here after, I think this was after 7 uses, you can see that part of the crane is bending under load after docking, undocking, docking, undocking, docking, and undocking. So the parts still drift a little bit, but this is after 7 uses. I remember that being our record in this save was 7 crane uses and 7 pad uses. So yeah, working with gravity like this in the game seems to alleviate all of those drift issues, which is nice. All right, well, that seems good, chat. Let's go ahead and take our SPMT and probably go ahead and recover that. Thanks, King. Indeed, pretty good. All right, chat. I think that's going to do it for our KSP segment. We are just over an hour before New Glenn is set to launch, and I have not seen anything stating that they're looking to scrub tonight. So, wow! Oh, we just got an update, chat. New Glenn is fully fueled for its inaugural mission, carrying our Blue Ring Pathfinder. All right, it's fully fueled, and now we sit and we wait. But I think what we're going to do is switch everything over to science and technology and to New Glenn launch coverage. And that will be the spiel. So until then, chat, I think what we're going to do is stand by. Let me get something set up here. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's wonderful. So I want to get rid of you. And I want to get rid of you. Take you. No, not you, not you. Yes, you. Over here. So while I get everything switched over, chat, we will take a gander at the NSF live stream. Like I said, if you guys do not know NSF, they bring us these fantastic multi-views of New Glenn and many other launches. They're going to be showing us Starship tomorrow as well. But I think we're going to be there while I get the stream reset up for our new coverage. So don't go anywhere. We're going to get into our New Glenn 1 launch coverage, and we'll get into it, chat. So be right back. I'm just going to switch things over. All right, I'm thinking that that should be up. All right, what is NSF saying real quick? Oh, they're looking at the wayward. They're looking at the wayward boats and planes chat. All right, stand by. Still just finishing some few things up. Yep, that looks good. That looks good. Are we up on Twitch? Yep, that all switched over nicely. Awesome. All right, get into it, shall we, chat? Cool. So, is there any logical reason that Blue has to launch at this ungodly hour? Yes, because they are targeting a very specific orbit. That is 2,300 kilometers by 19,300 kilometers at 30 degrees inclined. And this is apparently that specific orbit that they're looking to do, because they're looking to do a 6-hour mission with their Blue Ring Pathfinder. But anyways, while that is going, let me actually check. We should also have on the YouTube side, I believe, Blue Origins, hopefully Blue Origin's going to be doing their own broadcast here. Last time they started an hour early. I don't know if they're going to also start an hour early here or not. That's the flight profile. Live? Anything under live? No? Okay. Did they delete the last live stream? It was totally on YouTube, was it not? Did they delete the live stream? So it doesn't seem like they have an updated live stream for the launch yet. Okay. Interdasting. Finally, someone has a decent hour. I kept hearing like FAA and commercial flights, which made no sense. No, I'm pretty sure it's, I mean, at least I think it's the specific orbit they're targeting. Because otherwise, yeah, either that or that's just the time slot that they wanted their license for, and that's what they got their license for, but I'm not really sure. I don't know this actual reason, but that's the reason that makes sense to me, right? All right, well, no other updates yet. This was the last one that we saw, so we're good. Launch window is still fine, but we don't have any information on the live stream from them yet. So it looks like NSF is still bringing us the live coverage for now. Awesome. So let's go ahead and kick into our own coverage chat. Just to recap on everything that we talked about last time. For this mission is the Blue Ring Pathfinder mission, also the maiden flight. The booster is named and apropos, so you're telling me there's a chance. That is straight from the movie quote, of course, from Dumb and Dumber. And yes, there is an actual payload on this flight, so this is set to test their Blue Ring Pathfinder, otherwise known as Dark Sky 1. We'll get into specifically what that payload is in a little bit. It's actually pretty cool. But this is going to be recovered. They are testing first flight, full reuse of the first stage, which is awesome. So I'm really hoping that we can see some really good views from Jacqueline. And we actually saw this last time in the live stream from Sunday night, Monday morning, that they do have cameras on board Jacqueline. So Jacqueline is LPV-1, or Launch Platform Vessel 1. That's basically their drone ship. And so we'll show some pictures of what that looks like here momentarily. Of course, this is all launching from Blue Origin's newly updated, renovated LC-36, Launch Complex 36, out of Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. This will be a pretty awesome launch and a great beginning to Blue Origin's 2025, methinks. I think it's going to be really, really good. I'm really expecting Blue Origin's year. I'm really expecting 2025 to be Blue Origin's year. Why? Because they have moon missions. They have Orbital Reef set to do some demonstrations. They have New Glenn set to debut, multiple New Glenn missions. With New Glenn, they're doing a Mars mission. They're really kind of shaping up to be basically what SpaceX did back in 2015, 2016, when they started ramping up launches and were actually doing reusable launches as well for the first time. So I'm hoping to see Blue Origin have that same launch point, that SpaceX had almost a decade ago. Which by the way, chat, this will actually be the first if it lands tonight, this will actually be the first landed by propulsion orbital class rocket stage since 2015, back when Falcon 9 did it first. It's been over 9 years since we've had another rocket actually do a landing reuse. So that's actually pretty crazy to think about, because we know everybody in the launch industry right now is working on reusability in some way, shape, or form. New Glenn actually might be the only one in 9 years to do it, which is kind of crazy. They got that Blue Origin's got that Bezos money for sure. Something like, I think this was a little bit of a hyperbole, but I've heard in multiple places that their yearly budget is like $1 billion, which is crazy. Funded by Bezos and some others, but yeah. There's no secret as to where that money is going. Full launch complex was like a $250 million project. New Glenn's development, the BE4 engine development, like they have not just been sitting and doing nothing, but it's all coming to a head, right? Like they've done all this work in the background and now it's coming to a point. And hopefully we get to see the fruits of that labor. But anyways, chat, so really to talk about the mission Blue Ring Pathfinder, like I said, this is the maiden flight of New Glenn. Its payload is the Blue Ring Orbital Transfer Vehicle Pathfinder. It's a prototype known as Dark Sky 1. An orbital transfer vehicle is essentially a system that is designed to do what's known as last mile delivery. So you can imagine, as we just saw yesterday with SpaceX doing their transporter mission, SpaceX carried 100 different payloads into sun synchronous orbit. Well, that's great and all, but all 100 payloads then get dropped off at the same point in the same orbit. What happens if you need to go slightly higher or slightly lower, or need to go into a slightly different inclination? That you're out of luck. You have to build your own propulsion system into your satellite, which is really expensive. So what you can do instead is contract a company like Impulse Space also does this. Momentous Space does this. There's a few others as well, to bring an orbital transfer vehicle. Essentially, it is, so you have your rocket, and then on that rocket, you have a little propulsion module that's only designed to carry different payloads to different orbits after separation. So that's what they're testing here. Blue Ring is designed to be their orbital transfer vehicle to basically carry a whole bunch of different payloads to different orbits for rideshare missions, which is actually pretty awesome. But also what's really interesting, chat, is like, so, you know, I've heard a lot of both you, Discord, other places asking like, what is the probability of success for Blue Origin? Well, this is supposed to be their national security space launch certification flight. So if you guys know, Blue Origin and New Glenn got picked up as part of the NSSL contracts for stage 2 or something like that several years ago. This is supposed to be their certification flight. So Blue Origin is at the very least expecting to hit the orbital milestone. Now I would bet that the NSSL does not care about the reuse factor. So reuse, just like with SpaceX, is a secondary objective. But at the very least, I expect Blue Origin with New Glenn to achieve orbit. So knock on wood, but that is, I think, the goal. All right, so what is the actual payload? So the Blue Ring Pathfinder is an orbital transfer vehicle prototype, like I said, and really in this case, it's just a dummy structure. Essentially, it's just an Esper ring, and I can show you a picture of what an Esper ring looks like. It's essentially just an Esper ring, which is a standardized payload attachment fitting. It's actually a standard in the aerospace industry, and within it, it has a communications array, power systems, and a flight computer. all to test out these systems that were built in-house by Blue Origin for future missions, basically to increase maturity level of that technology and see how it responds in the radiation environment, vacuum environment of space. So that's going to be pretty cool. So like I said earlier, the trajectory of this flight is going into a 2,400 kilometer by a 19,300 kilometer incline, 30 degrees, launching out of Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. So this is going into a very high orbit. 19,300 kilometers is like what, halfway to geostationary. So yeah, very, very high orbit. Typically speaking, a low Earth orbit like sun synchronous is between 500 and 600 kilometers. So even the periapsis, the lowest point, is like 4 times what you would normally have in a low Earth orbit. So that's, yeah, they're really trying to push it. And why not, right? You're launching probably on the order of like 300 kilograms on this flight when New Glenn can get 45,000 kilograms into orbit. So yeah, you're gonna push it to see what you can do. The stream is up on YouTube. All right, beautiful. Did they post it anywhere? No? Okay. It's just on YouTube. They said that they were going to have it on their home channel as well, but I guess not. There it is. Awesome. All right, so we'll let that go for a little while. Very good. I'm going to keep it muted because I'm afraid that they might have some stuff that's DMCA, but all good. But anyways, if you're looking for where this is launching from, as I said earlier, this is from Launch Complex 36. This is the behemoth that they have retrofitted at Launch Complex 36. So if you guys know anything about Launch Complex 36 historically, this was actually originally 2 different pads. It was Launch Complex 36A and B. They turned both of those into one mega launch complex. So that's pretty awesome. So essentially you have the main stand here for New Glenn's launch capacity, but then they also built around it, because they had extra room because it was a double launch complex, test centers for both BE-4 engines, I believe, and then also for their second stage. Yeah, so they have a lot of infrastructure out there, which is pretty awesome. So if you're wondering what the flight profile is for this evening, this is what it looks like. So this is what that specific orbit looks like, which is why I kind of feel like this is the reason why they're launching at this time. Just so that way they can get the specific right ascension of ascending node or whatever they're trying to hit. But regardless, they're launching at this time and this is their flight window. So they're launching out of Launch Complex 36. They're going into their ascent. They're going to be doing their exo-atmospheric deceleration burn, or EDB, exo-atmospheric deceleration burn. Yeah, the EDB. They're not calling it supersonic retropropulsion. Just either a differentiator or they're doing it so high that they actually are outside the atmosphere. But anyways, we'll see. Then they're going to go in for the booster landing and hopefully land at Jacqueline. So that is the drone ship that Blue Origin uses, also known as LPV-1 or Landing Platform Vessel 1. And then of course the payload is going into space, into this very highly elliptical, high altitude orbit. And they're going to test the blue ring systems out that are as part of this demonstration. So the second stage is going to go into a nadir orientation, basically pointing down towards Earth, so that way the payload, which is not separating, by the way, can have communications, and it's meant to do a 6-hour mission. So getting some flight time on those different components. Additionally, if you're on the Space Coast, anywhere, if you're on the Space Coast here, chat, you should be able to witness this launch in person. So all you gotta do is look east or southeast or south, and depending on where you are along the East Coast here, all the way up to the southern tip of North Carolina, you should be able to see this launch. So that's pretty cool. So just to move these guys up here, so if you're all the way out here to the very top of South Carolina, you should be able to see the launch at around 240 seconds into flight. So yeah, if you're in these rings, look east, look northeast, look southeast, look south. You should be able to see it at some point, which is pretty cool. Yeah, anybody going to be able to look outside and see it? I'm in the 7th to 8th. Nice. So you're kind of around this area, somewhere in this band. So yeah, you should be able to see it several minutes into flight here. About 4 minutes into flight. More success from companies besides SpaceX only benefits the entire industry. 100%. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. I mean, we already saw Elon doing the classy thing and wishing Bezos and Blue Origin good luck. So, yeah, 100%. That should be what happens. Where is that live stream? Are they up yet? They are not up yet. Okay. Where are they counting down from, by the way? 49 minutes. We have 40. Does that say 44 on my screen? Yeah, 44. Okay. So since we have the actual countdown timer up, I am going to stop my countdown timer. All right. And then we'll have the live stream up soon. By turning off the alarm just to see a rocket launch, that's fair. But you will try to check it out. Nice. Oh, you're in Merritt Island, so great view. Heck yeah, nice. That's actually awesome. Very good. But yeah, this is the path of visibility. So if you're anywhere along these conic sections here, you should be, or these ellipsoids, whatever you want to call it, you should be able to see it, which is pretty good. All right, now speaking of where you should be able to see the rocket, this is the landing platform vessel 1. This is where Jacqueline is stationed. It is stationed 600 kilometers east of Cape Canaveral. That's like 300 something miles. It is very far offshore, chat. So that's pretty neat. This thing, like I said, New Glenn, its scale cannot be understated. This is going to be the largest operational rocket once it actually does get operational. Because technically speaking, Starship is not operational. At least they haven't had like an operational mission yet. I would like to see if Starship actually makes it to operation before New Glenn, but you can also maybe say that this is an operational mission for New Glenn because it's also their launch certification flight. So that's kind of interesting. I don't know if you can count that or not, because like technically has Starship gone through? No, I guess they wouldn't have gone through a launch certification. So yeah, maybe it's like one of those interesting technicalities where New Glenn will technically be the heaviest commercial operated launch vehicle for a little while, at least until Starship catches up in terms of the operational usage. But there you can see actually some really great views coming from NSF of the vertication of the rocket. It's a pretty rocket. I'm really happy with New Glenn. I'm really hoping that we get a heck of a show tonight. Also, let me make sure I'm bringing up the Blue Origin tweeters on this other page here so I can make sure. All right, so we did get another Blue Origin update. The New Glenn 1 countdown clock is proceeding. The 3-hour launch window opens at 1 a.m. Eastern. Live webcast begins here 20 minutes before launch. Wait, 20 minutes before launch? Wait, so they started the live stream, but they're not actually going to go to the live stream until 20 minutes. Live webcast begins at T-minus 20 minutes. So yeah, they basically, last time on Sunday night, Monday morning, they started the launch broadcast at like 1 hour before launch, and they were struggling to fill the time and all that. They were constantly going through like B-roll footage and whatnot. That's kind of funny. Anyways, so yeah, this is where Jacqueline is. This is where the recovery ship is, which is really far downrange. All right. So if you're wondering just how big New Glenn is, New Glenn is capable of fitting an entire New Shepard tail and capsule inside of its fairing. Not to mention this, it can also fit something like 20 Amazon trucks in it. Now, I don't mean like the big rig like trailers. I mean like those little delivery vans that you see. You can fit like 20 of those delivery vans inside of the fairing, which is pretty crazy. Yeah, it's a massive fairing, chat. 7 meters in diameter. If you were to take the fairing and put it sideways on the ground, it's a 2-story tall building. This is huge. This fairing cannot be understated. 7 meters, 23 feet in diameter. Just absolutely ginormica. Also, just a little thing about the whole thrust output of everything. This is the new Shepard tail that uses the BE3PM or propulsion module, the 3 propulsion module engine. This is the upgraded BE3U, and there are 2 of them on the upper stage. So each one of these BE3Us pumps out like a whopping 720 kilonewtons of thrust. Together, that's 320,000 pound force. Not small engines by the slightest. And also, the upper stage is hydrolox. It uses liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. So very efficient. With those BE3Us, we're talking about like 445 seconds of specific impulse, which is pretty darn good. You can fit an entire mid-sized house in that fairing. Yeah, pretty much you can just have Blue Origin contract, build you a fairing, and then you can live in it pretty comfortably. Yeah, the upper stage is hydrolox. It actually uses hydrogen. Now, the bottom stage, the first stage, the part that comes back for reuse, uses liquid natural gas and liquid oxygen. So they do have 2 different cryogenic fuels for both the second and first stage. Now, in terms of the first stage, it uses the BE4 engine, which we have seen already fly on the Vulcan missions. So yeah, Vulcan Blue Origin was selected by ULA to provide BE4 engines for their Vulcan first stage, which is pretty crazy. And BE4 is more powerful than the Raptor 2. Now, keep it in mind that the BE4 is also like twice as large, like actual size-wise, than Raptor 2. So Raptor 2 is still, at least in terms of its size to power output, much better. But BE4 is one hell of a powerhouse as well. 2,400 kilonewtons of thrust in a vacuum. All total 3 million, almost 4 million pound force on the first stage, which is, like I said, it is massive. I cannot wait to see this thing fly, chat. It's gonna be so good. So just making sure, quick checkup. Yep, okay, we're good. Yeah, so that's the first stage. That's New Shepard versus New Glenn. New Shepard, teeny tiny boy, fits inside the fairing. Your eyes are fading, but you're still here. Yeah, understandable. All right, yes, there is New Glenn in all of its pristine glory. So what's really cool about this rocket is that they have a couple of really interesting factoids. You see this strip of line right here underneath the painted on picture, the actual launch patch. That line right there is made out of like all of the, I don't know all of them, but like a lot of the employee signatures for Blue Origin. So yeah, they took the massive fairing and they had the Blue Origin employees sign their name on here, and there's enough of them, and this is big enough that it looks like a strip. So we actually can zoom in on here in just a second. Oh, there it was. You see that? Those are the signatures. It's actually awesome. And here on the fairing, you can also see the vent holes at the bottom. These are really, really important to make sure that as you're going up into the lower and lower atmospheric pressure as you're ascending, that your sea level pressure, because this thing was encapsulated at sea level, doesn't expand and blow the fairing apart. So these vent holes are designed to vent the air inside of the fairing as it ascends. But yeah, pretty awesome on the New Glenn's capabilities. Here's another fantastic picture coming from Blue Origin and New Glenn. It is just such an aesthetically pleasing rocket. And I was really, at first, I wasn't really like mad about it, or I actually have always liked the look of the thermal protection system. But the original renders of New Glenn had these all painted, and it looked great painted. But I also actually really like just the natural look of the thermal protection system. That like bronze, brown, golden looks really good, especially in the sunlight. But anyways, yeah, it's a very aesthetically pleasing rocket, I must say. Propulsion plays a role. There's a point of diminishing return for current chemical rockets. Theoretically, is there a maximum size that rockets could go? Is there a maximum size that rockets could not go past in terms of mass, height, diameter, or is it really just dependent on the propulsion mechanism and total thrust? I mean, yeah, you can arguably scale a rocket to an infinite size, but to do that, you need infinite propellant and infinite thrust, right? Like, there are, as Tara said, diminishing returns. Like, look at the Saturn V. Saturn V, up to the point of Super Heavy and Artemis, was the most powerful, largest rocket ever devised and engineered, ever built, and it took, you know, American astronauts to the moon. I think Apollo 17, which was the heaviest Apollo mission because it brought a lot of experiments and equipment up there that the other ones didn't. I want to say that at launch, if I remember correctly, the Saturn launch vehicle had like a thrust to weight ratio of like 1.07. Like, it barely got off the ground. Like, you can actually look at an old launch of Saturn. Saturn V Apollo 17 launch. Let's see if we can actually find a good video. Like, it is very, very slow, right? Who is this by? Retro Space HD. Retro Space does some pretty cool vids. Let's see if we can't see the actual liftoff here. There's a reason that the philosophy behind Apollo, there was literally this statement. I don't remember who made it, but the statement was, Saturn V uses all that fuel to move all of that fuel. And that's true. Saturn V, in order to go far and to bring a lot of mass up to orbit, used a lot of fuel. But with diminishing returns, the more fuel you add, the more fuel you need to move that fuel. So quite literally, the philosophy was it uses all that fuel to move all of that fuel. Let's see if we can't, I hope this is real time. I don't know if it's like, you know, slowed down. Oh no, it seems fairly real time. But I mean, look at that. We're, you know, 10 seconds into flight and it just now clears the tower. Look at the shock waves coming off of the atmosphere. You guys see that? You see those waves? Those are literally the expansion waves, the sound waves coming off the rocket and interacting with the atmosphere. Saturn V was awesome. But yeah, so yeah, you can technically scale a rocket up infinitely, but to do that, you need infinite propellant and infinite fuel. So it's amazing to think the tech of then allowed it. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, Apollo invented computers, or at least did a lot to make them usable. You wish you were around to see Saturn V? I know, right? It would have been crazy. Well, at least now we have Artemis and we have Starship, so that's pretty awesome. And we're about to have New Glenn, fingers crossed. Knock on wood, right, chat? So yeah. We can all see sound now. That's right. With the rocket in the right conditions, absolutely you can see sound. Yeah, so Blue Origin, really, really awesome. Here is a look inside of the horizontal integration facility by Blue Origin. This was right before they wheeled it back out to the pad after swapping the dummy. This is basically a structural test article for the fairing that they had integrated during the static fire, and then they brought it back in. They took the prototype structure off, and they actually fitted the fairing on. There you can see the ring there that allows everything to move around it. So yeah, it's a very large rocket. There's a picture of the upper stage. These are the two BE-3U engines. There is a human for scale. Human for scale, engine for scale. Human, engine, massive. Apollo created the requirements for better computers and IBM developed the 360. Yeah, if you guys have seen Hidden Figures, right? Hidden Figures is the movie, right? Yeah, Hidden Figures. Yeah, that's early IBM computers that use the actual punch cards to do the calculations. And then by Apollo coming around, we actually had handmade processors with individual connections made out of, like, I don't remember what the material was, but it was essentially hand woven like nylon. I mean, I don't know what the actual material was, but yeah, kind of crazy that all of that was handmade back then. Love that movie. It's a great movie. But yeah, so each one of these engines here on the upper stage produce 700 kilonewtons of thrust. That's like 120,000 pound force. Pretty crazy. There's another great view of the entire second stage. Also, again, humans for scale, and these guys are roughly in the foreground. But just look at that power pack. That power pack is absolutely massive. And we'll get into this a little bit here in a second, but the BE3U is an open expander cycle. Now, if you guys know anything about expander cycles or engine cycles in general, an expander cycle is essentially an engine design that does not use a gas generator in order to run the turbo pumps. Essentially what happens is that they flow some of the cryogenic fuel or oxidizer into the combustion chamber, around the combustion chamber, through what's known as cooling channels. And because they're cryogenic and they absorb heat, they basically go into some sort of gaseous state. And now that you have a gaseous or at least warmer propellant, you can then flow that through your turbine for the turbo pumps, and it spins. And so it's basically a self-contained system. But so something like the RL-10 uses that. The RL-10 is the upper stage on the Centaur that Vulcan and Atlas V and Delta used. That system is a closed expander cycle, meaning that all of the fuel that is used to run the turbine gets dumped into the combustion chamber. With New Glenn's BE3U, it's an open cycle, meaning that they actually tap off and bleed some of the fuel, and they dump that straight into the nozzle extension down here in this manifold, and it doesn't actually go through the combustion chamber or through the throat. The reason why they do this, which is actually pretty interesting, is because you can imagine when you have all of that fuel running through the lines all the way around your rocket's cooling channels, you have a lot of pressure loss. And if you have a lot of pressure loss, line losses, that means your actual combustion chamber has to run at a much lower pressure. So what they're able to do, because they only use some of the fuel to go through the cooling channels, and they can actually maintain a higher pressure directly into the combustion chamber, you can run your combustion chamber at a higher pressure, therefore having a lot more thrust. You can basically create a more efficient engine that way, that makes up for the losses of dumping some of your fuel overboard, essentially, which is actually really interesting. Is it T-minus 30? No, they recycled the count, chat. It's T-minus 50 now. Do we have another update from New Glenn or from Blue Origin? No, so they've already recycled it, I think, unless I'm behind. Let me actually make sure. Oh, I'm not live. I'm sorry. Okay, whew. I guess I wasn't live. There we go. We're 28 minutes. I was about to say, I was like, oh, they recycled the time. No, they didn't. It's okay. Yeah, T-minus 28. We're good. Anywho. Yeah, we're still waiting. We're 8 minutes until the live stream starts. I assume they're region cooled. So the nozzle extensions, I don't think they are. They don't look like they have any cooling channels. So these are probably just radiated cooled. And then because you're dumping some of your fuel through this manifold, you're basically using what's known as film cooling or dump cooling. So you basically have along the wall here a lot of really fuel rich gas, and so that burns at a lower temperature than like in the main combustion chamber. So I would think that these are radiated cooled. They don't look like they have cooling channels in them, but the combustion chamber and stuff definitely has. You can actually see the cooling channels a little bit. But yeah, that's pretty interesting. We looking at stage 2? Yep, this is stage 2 with the twin BE3U engines. So again, people for scale here, that's the aft end. These are the BE4 engines here. That's the bottom, that's the actual aft module there on New Glenn as they're rolling it out for the static fire. And again, people for scale, semi-truck for scale. Ford Super Duty? Or is that a Super Duty, chat? I think it might be. Or a 250. Yeah, anyways, Ferd for scale, chat. Humans for scale, massive, absolutely ginormous. Yeah, BE3Us. Here's another great picture. It is 2 highway lanes wide and much longer than an expanded intersection on a 5-lane highway. Absolutely huge, man. It's like 327 feet tall, if I'm not mistaken, when it's all integrated with the fairing. Absolutely crazy. It's like 90 something meters tall. So we already showed a picture of the fairing here. It's a good looking fairing. All right, so this is the payload, chat. Like I said, you have all of this fairing and you're launching this little tiny little baby payload. So this is an Esper ring. It's essentially just a aluminum milled conical section that has a very specific standardized payload attachment fitting bolt pattern. And then around it, you have what's known as Esper ring ports. It's each one of these things right here. And these Esper ring ports are also standardized in the industry. And so these are where different payloads can actually integrate to the side of this. So you can imagine if you're in like a rideshare mission, like if we go to x.com and I go here to here, profile, and we go to likes. Where was it that I saw this one? So it's basically this right here. You have a standardized system, and actually you can actually see one up here. So this is from the rideshare, the transporter mission that flew yesterday on SpaceX. It was basically this right here. SpaceX uses actually a little bit of a different one here, which is kind of interesting. But the concept is still the same. You would have these Esper rings on your vehicle attached to your payload attachment fitting, and they just allow a bunch of different payloads to be side mounted on the vehicle. So that way, not only can you have a payload on top, or you can stack another Esper ring on top and get more payloads, and you can just keep stacking. But yeah, you can also fit multiple payloads around the outside. There's Impulse Space. Deorbit had a mission, which is pretty cool. Yeah. Transporter missions are pretty crazy. It's awesome. There's like 100 payloads on here. But anyways, so where are we? 23 minutes, still not live streaming. Your grandfather was 327 feet tall. That's amazing. Was he Paul Bunyan? But yeah, so that's the payload. That is the Blue Ring Pathfinder. So you can actually see here a little bit. That's the communication antennas. They use 2 what looks like conic antennas there. And then also inside they said they had a power system that they were testing and an avionics flight computer that they were testing as well. So all of that's encapsulated here, and basically just being flown to get flight heritage. There is the very, very good looking mission control for this mission for Blue Origin. So you can see this is what we saw on the live stream. You got all of your screens, many a screen, all the use of Pi GUI that you can possibly imagine. Very shiny, very new, plenty of RGB chat. And because they have RGB, I think they're going to win. They have more RGB than SpaceX, chat. Shocker. All right, Ono, have a good night, or have a good day. Thanks for hanging out, stopping by. But yeah, not too bad. All right, so shifting gears a little bit. If you haven't seen it yet, this is Jacqueline. This is their landing platform Vessel 1, or otherwise their drone ship. And I'm hoping that we can see, Semantics coming in with a raid right in time. We are 20 minutes from hopefully a new Glenn launch. Welcome one and all. Hope you guys are doing well tonight. Yes, what were you up to? What were y'all streaming? What were y'all chilling and doing? Hope you guys are doing good. My name is Rock Guy, and we are very, very close to hopefully seeing a new Glenn launch here. 23 minutes. Wait, did that clock just come back? All right, 21 minutes until hopefully the current T0 mark. The new Glenn launch vehicle is in fact fully fueled and what seems to be ready to go. They're topping off the tanks as we speak. And we'll see. We'll see what happens, chat. Fingers crossed. Hopefully they don't scrub again, knock on wood. Web fishing, hell yeah. We love space, good. You got the space bug, I love it. You'll fit in nicely here. Hey, what's up, Dedicated? How are you doing? Good to see you, man. What's our payload? Ooh, the payload. I go to my collage of pictures here. Is this little guy? Yeah, so your launch vehicle has 45,000 kilograms of launch capacity, and they're launching like 300 kilograms. It's this little guy right here. It's the Blue Ring Pathfinder. It's essentially a standardized Esper ring structure, which is just a big milled aluminum structure that's designed to carry payloads around these ports here. But they're not carrying any payloads other than what they've built in-house. And so this guy is testing future systems that will go on what's known as their orbital transfer vehicle. An orbital transfer vehicle is essentially just a spacecraft, a satellite, if you will, that has other payloads integrated to it. And then that orbital transfer vehicle has a propulsion module, so that way when it separates from the launch vehicle, it can ferry those payloads to another orbit where it needs to go. So that's what they are developing in-house, Blue Origin is, and they're testing some of the hardware that's going to eventually go into that system. So it has a communication system there. You can see the antennae. They have a power system on board, and they also have a flight computer on board. Yeah. The little guy is wild. The little guy is wild, indeed. But look at that. Massive. This is... So if you took the entire fairing and turned it sideways, it's taller than a 2-story building. If you laid it sideways. So like this diameter here is a 2-story building. Yeah, 23 feet by, oh God, I don't remember. I'd have to do the math again on how big the fairing is vertically, but it's very, very large, chat. Like 18 meters tall. So whatever that is in feet. It's pretty big. And they're launching that little guy there. So we were talking earlier, this is what they're going to hopefully be landing the New Glenn first stage on. They have the feather marking the center point. Hopefully we can see that. It is already, this vehicle is stationed 340 miles off the coast of Florida, 600 something kilometers downrange, and hopefully we can see something right there. 60 feet. Wow, that's very, 6-story building. It's a 2-story building by a 6-story building. How about that, right? Yes, very good. So I'm hoping that we can see a New Glenn land there. There you can see Blue Origin's Jacqueline, also known as Landing Platform Vessel 1. You can tell it's a Landing Platform Vessel 1 by the way that it is being ferried out before launch. What else we got, chat, before we start up? So this is them testing the second stage. This is the second stage integrated into their test platform at LC36. Oh, and you can see the landing gear, chat. Oh, I forgot about this picture. Look at that. How crazy is that? You can actually see the landing gear. Yeah, so they look like they have multiple doors that swing open and the entire landing gear. Wow, that's so cool. These aren't open, but yeah, you can actually see a landing gear open in this picture. Your Florida base, probably should have checked it out. Well, you might be in luck because depending on where you are in Florida, you can probably see it. If you're anywhere in the lower 3 states there, you can see this flight somewhere. It's huge. Yeah, note that person for scale in that other picture. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, if you're anywhere in this bullseye here, you can see it at some point. So even off the very, very almost furthest point west in Florida, you can see it at about 4 minutes into flight. So yeah, just look east. It's going almost due east out of Cape Canaveral. So if you're around there, yeah, look up in like 20 minutes. Exactly. How long until flight? I think did they start their live stream yet? Oh, they're in a hold. No, why are you in a hold? Stop it. Stop playing with my emotions. Do we have an update on tweeters? No update from them on Twitters. Bummer. Okay, well, we'll chill. They're in a hold at the moment. We'll see what happens. You gotta go to sleep so bad? Hey, I understand. It is definitely late. Going on 1 a.m. Eastern. But yeah, it's looking okay. We don't have any updates though from Blue Origin. This was the last update here. Well, I guess technically this was, but this was just the live stream. So we sit, chat, we sit and we wait. It is the recurring theme of working with New Glenn so far, so be it. That's why I made sure to have plenty of talking points to fill the air. Because like we were here on Sunday all the way until 3 a.m. Eastern, yeah, lots of waiting, lots of sitting around and waiting. They're afraid of the Kraken. They are afraid of the Kraken. I can't get over this picture, chat. Oh, nice. So you can see here the raceway. Yep. Wow, that looks so clean. Yeah, so this is the raceway. All of the different systems for controlling the engines, all the what would you call it? Wiring, all the avionics packages going down from the inner stage, maybe even some pneumatics and stuff. Pretty good. God, this thing is absolutely huge. Yeah, so like I said, look at for the people for scale, and this is just the landing leg. It's absolutely huge, man. Absolutely huge. That landing leg, though, very beefy, and it has. New Glenn has 6 of them, right? Or does it only have 4? I know they used to have 6. Did they change it to only be 4, or does it still have 6? I don't remember. But I think it has 6, right? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe not. You want to climb inside there so bad? Yeah, I know. They got the panels open to climb into the what's known as the aft module. But yeah, pretty crazy. Yeah, it's 6. Okay, thank you, Max. Yeah, very, very large, no doubt. Let's see. We also have some pictures, or not pictures, some video of the aft. Sorry, this is of the forward module. They were testing their RCS thrusters. This is what they use for attitude control, because basically after second stage separation, this thing's going to be above 100 kilometers in altitude, and there's little to no air pressure up there. Not something that can actually work for attitude control like what these fins can do when there's actual atmosphere. So these are the attitude control thrusters that are at the very top of the inner stage. They love a large aft module, indeed. It's all about that aft. Yeah, pretty good. So they've done a lot of testing on this system, and we also saw their oops, not there. We also saw their fins actuating. So same module. After testing their RCS, they were testing the fin wiggle. Exactly, Captain Failure, exactly. So it's pretty good. Like, these things are also massive. How big are the fins in comparison to a human? Where's the human for scale in our other picture? I need a good. Not going to be there. We have another picture of it with like a human next to the actual fin. Oh, well, I mean, that's kind of good actually as well. That's kind of good. Each one of those fins looks like it's at least half the size of an entire turning lane. There's a massive big rig towing truck for scale. This one's a little hard to see because it's so far away. Yeah, those fins are big. Big. Everything on this rocket is big. You have another one? Can't really see it well there. And then we don't have any other scale for size. Okay. But anyways, yeah, each one of those fins absolutely huge that are just able to rotate, just able to flop back and forth. I'm loving the coverage. I worked for ATK, Orbital ATK, which is now Northrop Grumman. That's awesome. Well, welcome to the stream, Taylor. Glad you're enjoying the coverage. I definitely try to make sure that for every launch coverage that I can, we basically you basically do this, run through as much as we can. There's a lot of dead air to fill, as we're seeing right now with Blue Origin. Are they still in the hold? They are still in the hold. Are they just going to recycle count, or are they just going to call it for tonight? See, this is the only problem I have with Blue Origin. Honestly, it's probably the only problem I had. I wish that during live streams, at least, they were a little bit more transparent. Blue Origin has always just not been transparent. I wish they were more transparent. It would just be nice to know, like, are they on hold as like they're not tracking any problems or issues, they're just waiting for, you know, the entire team to do checklists, or are you actually like having a problem, whether it's weather or if it's something wrong with the vehicle like they had on Monday. It would just be good to know, you know. EJ found somewhere they be chilling the rockets. What do you mean? What do you mean he found somewhere they're chilling the rockets? Because I know they're, you can go here to NSF's live stream. So this is NSF, this is NASA Spaceflight. Definitely give them a follow and a subscribe, support them, because they're awesome. They give us multiple views like this all the time for basically every launch. But I mean, we got all the updates. We got these updates from Blue Origin on the tweeters. Everything from countdown is looking good. We are entering a hold with the countdown clock at T20 for BE4 chill in, new T0 forthcoming. Okay, I guess I had to refresh. I don't know. I wish X would just automatically post those updates without having to hit refresh. There you go. Okay, well that's good. I take back what I said, chat. We did get a little bit of a transparent communication there, so that's good. So they're chilling the rockets. Now it all makes sense what you were saying, Fidgety. Now I understand. I understand now. But yeah, so like I said, everything else has been good. The only thing that they said that they were worried about was the weather. They're watching the weather closely, but otherwise the vehicle was good and set to go. So we'll see. Now, don't forget, chat, they're chilling the engines down. BE4 is a massive engine. You want to know how massive? There it is. Perfect on cue. Switch to next slide. Yeah, the BE4 engine is massive. So to chill everything here, very large. Bing chilling. That's right, bing chilling. Yeah, like I said, each one of these BE4 engines produces over 2,400 kilonewtons of thrust at vacuum. That's 550,000 pounds force. You can fit a person inside of it comfortably. They're huge, absolutely huge. And if you don't know anything about the BE4 engine, they are designed to be reusable. Because New Glenn is designed to be reusable. New Glenn is actually designed to be upwards of 25 flights reusable. So I can only imagine that these engines are designed for like 100 relights, which is pretty crazy. Kind of crazy that you have, I wonder if the assembly line for ULA is like different from what they're building into New Glenn. Right, because Vulcan, ULA's newest large launch vehicle, uses Blue Origin's BE4 engine on it as its first stage engine. It uses 2 of them. And we also learned back in like 2018 or whatever, after Blue Origin was selected by ULA for those first stage engines for Vulcan, that Blue Origin built in Huntsville, Alabama, 2 different assembly lines, one for ULA and one for Blue Origin. So I'm wondering if there's some slight differences because the Vulcan engines don't have to be reused because Vulcan right now is not a reusable launch vehicle. But it's just kind of like one of those interesting things to think about. Like, is it the same vehicle? Or I'm sorry, is it the same exact rocket engine? Like, would you try to keep all, like, everything the same and just have 2 different assembly lines with all the same processes? Or would you, because you don't need a reusable engine, actually change some of that up a little bit? I don't know. It's kind of interesting to think about, though. But yeah, so anyways, this is the first stage engine. This is the second stage engine. Notice how much bigger the nozzle extension is on the second stage. You do this for the efficiency, because the way a rocket engine is basically designed to achieve thrust is it achieves perfect thrust, like maximum thrust, if it can match the ambient pressure. So what does that mean? Essentially, you are at your most efficient engine design if the gases coming out of the nozzle here, let's take, for example, in a vacuum, is essentially 0. Of course, that's almost impossible. You need an infinitely long nozzle to actually achieve zero ambient pressure, or zero gas pressure to meet the ambient gas pressure, which would be zero in a vacuum. So of course, no engine is 100% efficient in that regard. But yeah, you can notice in a vacuum, you need a much larger nozzle to achieve that efficiency where it actually matters. And not only to mention, the BE3U engine is a Hydrolox engine, and hydrogen automatically, in comparison to the liquid natural gas the BE4 engine uses, is much more efficient just inherently by the way hydrogen is. Kind of interesting. It's interesting that Blue Origin uses two different fuel propellants for the different stages. It feels to me like the media staff need approval to say anything off script, and it never comes. Yeah, I know. Like I said, I'm glad that they're at least giving us this, but yeah, Blue Origin is notorious for like giving us no information. Like seriously, for like no information. Like anytime that there is even a new Shepard launch and like they put a countdown hold, or you know, they scrub, we almost get no reasons why. I don't know about this. Have you guys noticed that even when there's like a new Shepard launch, like we don't even learn that there's a new Shepard launch until like maybe a week out? Like, oh, we're doing a new Shepard launch, by the way, if anyone cares to tune in. Like, oh, okay, that would have been nice to know. So I could have, you know, made sure I didn't have anything scheduled so I could watch it. But anyways, Blue Origin and their communications are something to be desired still. But anyways, yeah, the engines on this thing, I have said it, I will say it again. Big fan of Blue Origin and the new Glen rocket. Yes, BE4 engine for scale. Look at that massive power pack, chat. That right there is your turbo pump machinery. Turbo pump machinery. BE4 engine is a powerhouse. 2,400 kilonewtons, 550,000 pound force. And it requires, we've seen images taken by Tori Bruno over at ULA for Vulcan. They move these engines around using an airport tug. Kind of a nifty little side factoid. Oh yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier. So the actual fairing itself, right? I said this before, can fit more than 20 16-foot moving trucks. So to put that into perspective, if you don't know what like a moving truck is in terms of that size, think of the Amazon electric delivery vans. You know, those fairly large like UPS style of trucks that Amazon has. It can fit like 20 of those inside the fairing, which is, the scale cannot be understated. Oh yeah, fairings are going to be reused. Not today. I don't think they're doing fairing reuse for a while. But just like SpaceX found out that fairings are a bottleneck, can you imagine the massive undertaking it is to produce one half shell fairing here? I think Everyday Astronaut did an interview and a factory walkthrough with Jeff Bezos, and yeah, they have this gigantic die, or this gigantic layup, where, or gigantic, what would you call it? Mold, where you can do layups of these carbon fiber, and they take up a massive room, and they only have like one of them. So you can imagine that you definitely want to get your fairing halves back at some point. So this is them testing it in the turnaround basin at Cape Canaveral. Is that 39A in the background? I'm trying to get my bearings in terms of the, or is that SLS's? Yeah, which pad is that in the background? If this is the turnaround basin. But anyways, yeah, so they basically took a crane, they took a fairing that they had already built, they put it in the water, saw how it floated, and then tested bringing it up out of the water and then flipping it around and putting it on here. Pad B SLS, thank you. Yeah, I thought it was the SLS pad for a second. You may need 2 lines to keep up with anticipated demand. Yeah, I know, right? Like, definitely. What happens if they can't land on the ship? Is it going to do a soft landing in the ocean? I don't know. I don't know what their abort contingencies are. I was kind of asking myself that before, because, you know, they're testing this rocket for the first time tonight. Well, hopefully tonight, right? Knock on wood. And they're also landing this rocket for the first time tonight. So the first flight is going to be the first landing attempt. And as we saw earlier on Jacqueline, on this barge here that they're going to be landing on, look at all the infrastructure that it actually has on the landing platform itself. Like, when you compare this to, say, Of Course I Still Love You. Actually, let's just put it here. The drone ship by SpaceX, right? Are you taking a gander at that? I mean, they have hardly anything on there. Like, look at all this room and then the tiny little bit of infrastructure that they actually have, on the vehicle. So you, like, compare this, where they just have a couple of shipping containers and whatnot, to this, where they have an entire, like, buildings on this ship and everything. That was Pad B, has 2 large black towers. Yeah, got it. So yeah, like, they are confident. I'll give them that, chat. But I can only imagine that if New Glenn doesn't like what it's doing for the landing attempt, it'll probably just divert into the ocean. Probably won't do a soft water landing. Actually, it might, right? Because you would definitely want to test your landing algorithms well. Just because you're not over the actual landing zone, you would probably want to test the entire setup. So I would like to think that they would probably do a soft water landing test in some way. SpaceX learned the hard way. Don't we all? Don't we all? Well, when you're pioneering a new technology, right? Yeah, this was before the Octograbber, wasn't it, chat? Yeah, this is back when they, like, welded it straight to the deck. There's no Octograbber here. But yeah, like I said, this is old school. Of Course I Still Love You. Like, no infrastructure whatsoever in comparison to what New Glenn is going straight out of the box. All right, let's see. Any updates? All right, still on the 20-minute hold here. Do we have any updates here? Look, hopefully they won't launch the pad. Hopefully they won't. But no updates as of yet. No new updates, chat. No new updates. So we sit, chat. We sit, we wait, we watch NSF. It's a good looking rocket though. Has it always been doing that, chat? Or are they bringing it down from flight pressure? No, they're definitely venting, right? Yeah, they're definitely venting. Are they bringing it off of flight pressure? That looks like they're bringing it off flight pressure. I wonder if we're standing down for today. Because usually when you do pressure management at this stage, you do little puffs, right? You bleed off a little bit of pressure and then you fill it back up with cryogens. You bleed off a little bit of pressure and you fill it back up with cryogen. This looks like a straight dump of the liquid oxygen. Not looking good on that front. We'll see though. They could just be doing pressure management. It's just a little aggressive. But like scrubbing back through the video, right? It didn't look like they were doing anything near that amount here. Yeah, that's definitely not doing it there. You can see a little bit there, but still doesn't quite look as aggressive as what we're seeing right now. We'll see though. We'll see. Oh, there's a great picture, drone footage, I guess, of the LPV-1. But yeah, we'll just sit and we'll wait, chat. Oh, nice. There it is, getting dragged out. Again, this thing is sitting 600 kilometers downrange. Absolutely crazy. Could be humidity changes. It could be humidity changes. Yeah, like I said, it could be nothing. I'm not going to speculate really and say anything obviously definitively until we hear the official word from Blue Origin. It just looked like that was quite the aggressive, still is kind of the aggressive, what seems to be dump, if you will. Oh, there's a picture of the static fire that we saw a couple weeks ago. Ah, gosh, chat, I can't wait for this thing to launch. Seeing all the BE4 engines work in unison is going to be wild. A thing will go up in 10 minutes or less. There you go. Perfect, Teague. That's what we need. And then New Glenn will be grounded and not fly for the rest of the year. Still getting some of that venting, but it looks like it's subsided a little bit. Yeah, I am definitely digging this static fire just on recycle. They reset the clock? Oh yeah, they did. L-30. Okay, cool. Well, that's good. If they reset the clock, L-30, we got 30 minutes to go, chat. So any updates on the tweeters? Any official word there? Nope, nothing yet. Okay. So we sit and we wait, chat. We sit and we wait. T-minus 30. We'll see. What? You won't wildly speculate? Isn't that what armies of YouTube experts do for the living? Yeah. I'm not a YouTube expert. No, I'm not a YouTube expert. No, thank you. Rather not. Any updates? So the chill down must have been good, because that's what they said that they were holding for, was the chill down for the BE4 engine chill. Because of course, like I said before, what they have to do here, can I actually see it on this picture? No, it doesn't quite look like you can see it here. But the BE4 engine has within the jackets here regenerative cooling channels. So the BE4 engine is regeneratively cooled, and what that means is that they actually flow some of the, in this case, oxidizer, because it's an oxidizer rich staged combustion cycle, which means that it has a gas generator where it actually burns part of the fuel and all of the oxidizer in order to turn that into a gaseous oxygen rich mixture, and then they use that to pump it into the combustion chamber mixed with the rest of the liquid fuel, LNG, to then combust and create thrust. But yeah, all of this, the engine here actually has regenerative cooling channels, means the oxidizer, before it goes into the gas generator, or the pre-burners, what it's called on closed cycle systems, yeah, they actually flow the oxidizer into the cooling jackets, which is pretty cool. So yeah, it keeps the entire vehicle nice and cold, the entire engine nice and cold. And so of course you want to do that really far in advance to make sure your engine is what's known as chilled, because if you were to just start cooling or flowing propellants through the cooling channels on ignition, well, then you're going to have hot spots. And then you're going to flash some of your propellant that's in those cooling channel lines into gas, and then you're going to explode your rocket engine because you're flashing all of that propellant into gas without it actually moving, and you're going to get air pockets. So yeah, you want to make sure you completely chill down your engine. You have all of its cooling channels filled with fuel or oxidizer, whatever you're using to cool it with, and all that jazz. How far are we in the count? We are T-minus 30. Technically, we should have launched 8 minutes ago, but they did say that they were in a hold per their last tweet, per their last X post, waiting for the BE4 engines to chill. So now we just exited that hold. We're at T-minus 28, and we sit and we wait. Any other updates? Nope, nothing yet. Yeah, T-minus 30, actually 26. Yeah, T-minus 26. And so this is, again, from NSF. This is NSF's NASA Spaceflight Channel's coverage here, or I should say camera coverage. The weather sucks. The weather is not great. Yeah, the weather could be better. Over under on number of recycles. Oh. I don't know. It's such a hard one because we've only had the last one and they did what, like 6 or 7 or 8? So far they've done just one hold. Like, do you count hold as a recycle? We listen and we don't judge. That's right. Something like that. Hope it's not the same thing as Monday. Me too. And I'm hoping that they're going to be a little bit more transparent throughout this entire process. Four and 7 due to weather. Interesting. Is the weather really that bad? I mean, I know they're watching the weather, but is the range red right now? I mean, haven't heard from them. It'd be nice to know if the range was green or no. Kind of bet 50 on Nuclear launching today. You know, I honestly feel like there's going to be a launch tonight. We'll see. Knock on wood, right, chat? All that jazz, but yeah, I'm kind of feeling good, and I don't know why, but we'll see. They will likely not be transparent. That's true. Probability violation of 60. Where did you see that, Hellfish? I was asking earlier to see if there was any publicly available POV, but 60. Hey, 60 is better than 50, right? So it's better than a coin flip. That's nice. Did they event like this at any point during the previous attempt hold? I remember, yes, but at the end, like after we heard that it was scrubbing. So I don't remember otherwise, personally. They maybe did. I mean, they do they do constantly manage pressure, and they do constantly vent and refill the propellants up, right? Because they're cryogenic, they're constantly boiling off, so you have to constantly add more in. But yeah, I don't specifically remember them venting like this, except at the end after they basically were about to scrub on Monday, from Monday's coverage. But maybe, like, it seems fine because we haven't heard anything from them otherwise, and they said that the hold was due to engine chill down, basically waiting on the engine chill down. So yeah, it's 40%. I was being facetious, right? Because it's probability of violation, so it's only a 40% chance of go, 60% chance of a no-go. So that's why I was flipping it, saying that it was better than a coin flip, but it's better than a coin flip for not going. But yeah, we'll sit and we'll wait. Drink. Got you. Stay hydrated, chat. But yeah, we'll see. If not, we just wait and we go again tomorrow, and then we'll have another doubleheader tomorrow because Starship is supposed to hopefully go. So yeah, we'll see what they do with the weather status check here in about 2 minutes. So again, this is from NASA Spaceflight, NSF. This is their coverage and their countdown timeline. So we'll see if we can't get a weather status update from them here in the next couple of minutes. In the middle insert, what is the off-white thing in the foreground? Is that a snowbank and the inserts are gone? Oh, in the middle. Oh, that. I think that was sand. There's definitely no snow here. Not in Florida. Kind of looked like sand. Just at night, so it's like, you know, dark gray or whatever. It's a lot of venting, though. It is a lot of venting, but we'll see. That's what I was calling into question earlier, Raven. Was, you know, it honestly looks like they're bringing it down from flight pressure, but they haven't said otherwise, so I'm going to say that they're not. Because I don't feel like bringing it down from flight pressure would take this long unless they were constantly filling it up, which means that they're not bringing it down from flight pressure. So like you wouldn't see all that for this long, because this is not how they would detank the system. So I think it's okay now. In Florida? It's actually going to snow in Florida? Man, that's like the sign of the apocalypse, chat. All right, T-minus 20 minutes. We are sitting, we are waiting. We patiently sit, we patiently wait. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Any updates on the Blue Origin post? 44 seconds. BE4 is chilling and ready to fly. Weather is green. New Glenn's new T0 is 1:35 a.m. Eastern. High five, chat. Hell yeah. Boom, baby. Looking good. The weather is green. And they're still not live on the broadcast. 37 minutes, says it's going to begin at T-minus 20. We'll see. But otherwise, not going to be a problem. Send it. That's right. Just send it. It's fine. Let's go. Why is there a plane in a no-fly zone? Sorry, I didn't see what you were referencing. Said it at the same time. Nice. At Kennedy Space Center, it's not snowing. Yeah, no, definitely not. Last time it froze in Florida. Yeah, exactly. Had a very distant shot and it looked like a plane. Oh, gotcha. Can you do a channel point prediction on whether or not it goes, or what? What do you want the channel point prediction to be on the Twitch side? Can I do this? Start a prediction? I guess I can. Aha, I can. Okay, so that's how I do that. Cool. Yes, go or scrub. Okay. Sure. That sounds good. Prediction. Starter prediction. Name the prediction. Will New Glenn launch tonight? Yes. No. It's a mission period. We'll give it 15 minutes. Our prediction. There we go. On the Twitch side, prediction has started. Good luck. Good luck, all you gamblers out there. On screen. Looks like plane might be just outside of no fly. Gotcha. Now you have to have 3 streams up? Yeah, exactly. Gotta get all of the launch coverage. Oh, I see it. That? Yeah, it's probably not actually in the no fly. It's probably just perspective. At least I hope. I hope it's just perspective, because that would be a blatant violation there. But yeah. Now you've spent all your Delta V. There you go. Hey, what's up, Brayson? How are you doing? All right, chat. 17 minutes in. Is the live stream up? Live stream is up. Beautiful. Look at that rocket, chat. We now finally get a close-up view. Big money, no whammies, no whammies. Yep, that's right. Yeah, I got it, Fidgety. Thank you. Yep. So here we can see the forward module on New Glenn. All of these actuating fins are basically like canards on an airplane. They are used for attitude control when it's back in the atmosphere. You can also see all of the RCS thrusters around the forward module as well. Here's the second stage. Second stage looking good. There you can see all of the signatures from Blue Origin's employees. They just create that little stripe right there. Pretty cool. I showed that a little bit better here earlier. There it is. So yeah, it says for the benefit of Earth, and it has all of the employee signatures there, which is pretty cool. So yeah, not bad. It's a good looking system. All right, so it looks like we got our LOX vent there. Is there one on each side, chat? Is there a LOX vent on each side of the upper stage? That's interesting. But yeah, they are really bringing down, you know, making sure they're stuffing the tanks. A lot of boil off. Really get to see it in the humid weather at Florida. Here you can see all the different vents that we have on the fairing. So these vents again basically try to prevent an overpressure, because as this thing is encapsulated and sitting here at sea level, it rises and ascends very quickly, near to vacuum over the course of like 1 minute. So you don't want all of that sea level pressure of air pockets basically expanding and blowing your fairing off. So you put vents in it to make sure that air is able to escape. There is a lot of air inside, yeah. There is a lot of air inside. So there you can see the mission control in the background. That's what we saw in the other picture earlier. That's what we saw somewhere here. Look at that. So that's where she's standing. She's standing like right here, looking backwards. That's their mission control, which is looking fantastic. Fantabulous. I was about to say fantabulous. 15 minutes, chat. Oh, we got all the kids and the Blue Origin employees back, sitting outside in the cold weather in Florida. I can't tell if does she look happy, chat? I can't tell if she looks happy or not. She's like, come on, just launch it already. All right, we are 14 minutes in, chat. This already seems to be going a lot smoother than before. So, you know, knock on wood, like we said. Knock on wood, cannot stop knocking on wood. No jinxes, no whammies, no whammies. She looks irritated. I think she's just cold and tired. You gotta remember, it's over in the, well, so I gotta remember because I'm on mountain time, so over there it's already 1 a.m. Past 1 a.m., almost 1:30. Probably tired, cold, tired of sitting and waiting. She's plotting something. There's the Huntsville, Alabama. So this is where I was saying, this is where they build the BE4 engines. They have two different lines. One for ULA and one for Blue Origin for the BE4. And this is Kent, Washington. This is the actual headquarters of Blue Origin, where most of the flight software is developed, where most of the design and engineering work is developed, where, you know, a lot of the project management and executives are held and all that sort of stuff. So it's pretty good. Currently 11:21. There you go. Can confirm it's 1:21. There you go. New Glenn equals success. I agree. I'm really hoping we can see a landing tonight. I think that would be, God, that would be such an amazing start for Blue Origin to the year, right? Like Blue Origin has been working diligently yet quietly for the last decade on this system. It actually hasn't quite been a decade. They've been developing the BE4 engine since like what, 2012 or something like that. And then they finalized that BE4 engine like design engineering wise in like 2016, if I recall. At least that's when they got picked up by Vulcan, by ULA, I mean. And then they, I think, announced New Glenn sometime around that time as well, like 2016. So technically speaking, New Glenn's been in development for, I guess, since the BE4 engine has been in development, but they kind of announced it. So it's only been like 8 years since they actually announced it. And Supersonic coming in with that 5 Kerbal years of support. Send it, hitting that launch button. Much appreciated. I fell asleep, glad it was on hold. You fell asleep? Oh, that's the worst if you had missed it, yeah. Let's hope New Glenn is better than New Coke. Let's indeed hope for that chance. Yeah, let's hope for that. Next one, if they plan it well, should be called the Hold to Troll People on April 1st. Yeah. All right, any updates real quick, chat? Any updates anywhere? Ooh, great shots of the rocket, gotta say. Is audio coming through? Did they forget to unmute their mic? I just have it muted. I have it muted because we're kind of just talking over, and if it's anything like their live broadcast from Monday, I feel like I kind of am able to do a little better, more focused job than them. If you guys want to listen to the actual live audio, then just let me know, and I'll shut up. To reiterate our objectives, this is our first flight. We prepared rigorously for it, but no amount of ground testing or mission simulations is a replacement for flying this rocket. Our key objective today is to reach orbit safely. Anything beyond that is icing on the cake. We know landing the booster on our first try offshore in Atlantic is ambitious, but we're going to go for it. No matter what happens, we'll learn, refine, and apply that knowledge to our launch. Hell yeah. Go Blue Origin, go New Glenn. You got a hold? Is that what you're saying? Yep, we're on hold. Okay. I look away for 1 second, chat. God. Yep, that's our first recycle. Well, it's not really technically recycled. They're just in a hold. So that's something to remember, chat, that on their new Shepard operations, Blue Origin actually implements planned holds. ULA does this as well. So this could hopefully maybe be a planned hold, chat. Copium. Huffing the copium, chat. That was some 7 minutes. Any updates on that front? You don't like this? Well, keep a positive attitude, all right? Keep positive. Yeah, nothing, no new updates yet. The go no go poll, is that what this is right now? Are they actually calling it? No, they're not calling it. Okay. Yeah, we'll listen to the live stream. That Pad and New Glenn ASMR. You're gonna lose it all in Vegas? Maybe. Maybe. Still got nothing new, it seems, on... Ooh. EE4 engine cam, chat. On the night vision. Blue really sucks at this rocket streaming thing. Hey. It's their first try, okay? You, EJ, and NSF are up. Nice. Solid. Yeah, they said they were doing the go, no go. Cool. So yes, like I said, Blue Origin, one of the things that they do, similar to ULA, is they do have planned holds for things like the go, no go poll. And when you have a 3-hour window, then there's no rush. And we'll wait. We'll sit. We'll wait patiently. Maybe a little impatiently. See the gas coming out of nozzles? Yeah, that's because they're all chilled down. But that's what we were waiting on in the last hold in recycle, was that we were waiting for the EE4 engines to chill down, what's known as chilling down. And that's what I was saying before. If you look at kind of like a schematic, if you will, of a engine, if this is like the engine nozzle, and then has the throat here, and then goes up and gets the combustion chamber, you will have propellant lines basically feeding propellants into the bottom of the rocket, and then it flows upwards, gets warm, takes away some of the heat from the combustion chamber and nozzle, and then gets dumped into the combustion chamber, explodes, and then goes out. So you can imagine that if you don't do this and you just start feeding the propellants into the cooling channels during startup, you're going to basically have ignition before you have all of your cooling channels filled. And then you have big problems with air pockets, overpressure, hot spots. It's not good. So, yeah. Boat in the range. Bummer. Torpedoes away. Entering unplanned hold due to range red for a wayward boat.
Thank you again, everybody. everybody for joining us for NG1.
We
were
Wayward
very close
boat.
to getting into that go no go poll. Unfortunately, we have had to go into a hold, and as you've seen there, we are now at T-minus 34 minutes.
It's wild.
Unfortunately, there is a boat that has
absolutely wild,
to,
chat.
The cleared range, and we're going to have to clear that boat out. So that is going to take us some time here. As we have said before, our #1 objective this evening is to get to orbit.
At least they are not scrubbing. Like I said, it's a good thing they have a 3-hour window, chat.
Not just our teams, but everybody in the area, including people on boats. So with that, we're going to continue to watch New Glenn here for a moment.
Coast Guard going to have fun tonight, yeah.
Get ready for New Glenn 1.
GTA 6 before New Glenn launch. I hope not. So yes, chat, we continue to sit and wait, all because of a wayward boat. Brilliant. Did a wayward boat post? Oh no, the wayward boat hasn't posted since 2022. Well, that's a missed opportunity. There's an X account called a wayward boat that used to always tweet out when something like this happened, and they haven't. They're missing opportunities. The legends and the prophecy are being fulfilled. Yeah, we're just going to continue to wait, chat. That's all it is. Biggest moving goalpost ever. Yeah, no kidding. What's up, Chris? How are you doing? 32 minutes back. Man. That vent is just going strong continually. They are really experiencing some boil off. Also, the humid air in Florida doesn't help. Really helps you see it like this. But yeah, you get a massive tank, you're gonna get some pretty fast boil off here. Anyways, chat, guess we just chill. 31 minutes though, hopefully that will go quickly. So New Glenn's new T0 is 2:03 a.m. Eastern. Yep, that is fine. Makes sense. All right. Venting due to ice issues last time. Yep, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm not sure where exactly the APU was. Because, yeah, they said that the reason why they scrubbed Monday was due to an APU, icing near an APU. So I'm not sure exactly how icing was affecting the APU or anything like that, but that's what they were managing, what they were worried about, and why they kept slipping back and back and back. But yeah, I'm not sure exactly where that is located on the vehicle and why venting there would change that, but we'll see. Where am I from? I am currently in Colorado. Yeah, no kidding, Chris. Yep, and unfortunately, that last hold was not even their fault. This past recycle was because of a civilian in a boat going into the no-go zone. So, what are we gonna do? How would they have solved the icing issue? I'm not sure exactly. Do we know? Did they like take the rocket down and wheel it back inside? Because they could have done something there. If it's like, if the icing problem, if the APU was like inside of the forward module here, or in like the boat tail or something like that, they could have done a quick fix to it just to like wrap it or something like that. I don't know if they wheeled this back inside into the horizontal integration facility. I kind of doubt that they did, but it was a 48 turnaround time, so maybe they did. Otherwise, yeah, it could just be trying to manage the basically where the fuel level is to try and manage the ice accumulating. Not sure. Not sure where the APU is located. This view from X, this is actually on YouTube. This is Blue Origin's live stream on YouTube. I do have the X, I do have Blue Origin's X up, and they do have the live stream there as well, but I'm currently watching it on YouTube. I find YouTube better just because you can like go back and forth and track, rewind easier than on X and stuff like that, so. Just blow up or fly up, I want to go to bed. And that's... Ooh, that's a good shot. So what you're seeing there are the... Oh, wow, this camera is lagging. What you're seeing there are the two, what's known as flare stacks. Because they are using both hydrogen and liquid natural gas for the upper stage and first stage, respectively. Because they have boil off, they actually recirculate that boil off of the natural gas and hydrogen, and then they have to burn it off because you don't want really reactive oxygen right next to a fuel source. So they burn it off, and then also liquid natural gas is a greenhouse gas, methane's a greenhouse gas, and there are regulations that you have to burn it off.
We are T-minus 28 minutes and 10 seconds to go until launch. If you've been joining along, we got very close to a go no go poll there, but we understand that there is a boat that is downrange where we don't want it to be. So we are waiting to clear that vessel from out of the way. Otherwise speaking, I'm hearing from mission control, the weather is looking good, the vehicle is looking good. We are just waiting for that vessel to clear the area. And then, you know what? It's go time. So stick with us, everybody.
Go time, chat.
Get ready for New Glenn.
It's go time. It's go time in 27 minutes. Yeah. Joke's on us. Hey, what's up, Mr. Green? How are you doing, by the way? SpaceX should get back to streaming on YouTube. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Green screen is messing up, is it? Is it? Oh, it is. Fix that. Is that better? A little bit? Need just a little bit more light. Yep, there we go. Better. What are you doing? You're right there, which is reflecting off of that, which we don't want. There we go. Seems a little bit better. Hawking radiation? Yeah, it could be it. Could just be some Hawking radiation. So there was a boat downrange that needs to be cleared. Yep. Yep, like I said, there's a civilian of some sort in a boat that went into the no-go region. You know, safety in case the rocket falls into the water. You don't want the rocket falling on a person. So of course they have both a no-fly zone and basically a do not enter zone as well for boats. And apparently somebody didn't check the boating channels, check the bulletin board. What is the captain doing? I don't know. He's probably scared out of his mind right now as he has a Coast Guard boat escorting him out of the area. Yep, I agree, Raven. Thank you very much. Yep, most likely a fishing boat at this time of night. Either that or somebody went out to get a good look at the rocket and they got a little too close. Fishing boats delayed Starship. I do remember that. Yeah, that's true. Can the owner of the boat be paid a fine? I don't actually know what the what happens in that instance, honestly. Because, like, you know, if it was an aircraft, then you would get a number to call. But I don't know about boats, what there would be, what sort of repercussions there would be. Do they have sailing NOTAMs? Essentially, yeah. Yeah, you have there's a do not enter zone. Yep, tuna do like to surface at night. That is true. Get a little bit of slight amount of music in there as well. Do you guys like the music or no music? Just trying to think other than just like dead air and the asthma of pad. If you just want the asthma of pad, we'll just go back to the asthma of the pad as we wait. You get a nice Kogar ship with cool stuff to be followed by. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you definitely get escorted out of the area. Music is good? Cool. Yeah, otherwise you just hear the whine of the vents and pumps. Find the tuna. It's not their fault. They're just living their best life. They're trying to get a good look at New Glenn. All right, chat, we are coming into the 20-minute mark. Now remember, on Monday, the 20-minute mark was basically the line that they kept recycling to. So we'll see if we can get into that 20-minute mark and stay under that 20-minute mark from here on out. Playlist. The playlist is Stream Tunes. It is STREEM. Stream Tunes. It's on Spotify. It's open source, no DMCA music. Actually, on YouTube, I actually have the link in the description, I think, to the music. Remember, we're currently at 2 recycles. Yeah, and you had what? Over 4 under 7? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. If New Glenn gets within 10 minutes, the legend has been fulfilled. Yes, indeed. Yeah, remind me also, chat, ideally within maybe once we pass the 10-minute mark or something, and we're just kind of in another lull period, I'll run a quick ad break on the Twitch side so that way nobody gets any mid-roll injected ads or any pre-roll ads. Please stand by. We are awaiting a wayward boat to clear the range. That is some responsive overlays, stream overlays. I like it. Blue Origin really picking up their game with production. Yeah, exactly. Go Boeing, or go Boeing. Wow, where did that come from? It's getting late, chat. That's where that came from. Yeah, go Blue Origin. How dare you trip me up, Misadventures, by designating Blue Origin as BO. Most transparent statement of the day. That's true. So what you're seeing there, chat, is a reflection in the fairing of the flare stack that we saw earlier. It's kind of in a weird looking spot there, right? It looks like it's coming out of this hose. Looks like that hose is scorching the fairing, but no, it's just a reflection. Love the tower cams. Me too. It's really, really good. What happened if a yellow rubber duck floated into the no-go range? A person probably taking a bath in the ocean would also be fished out by a Coast Guard. Probably what would happen. Let's see if I pass out or if the ship flies. Yeah, this is not a ship. This is New Glenn. Right? This is not Starship. No, they're just...
Thank you again, everybody, for joining us. We are at T-minus 20 minutes and 30 seconds to go until launch. As noted, we got down very close to our go-no-go poll, but
don't remind us.
Noted an errant boat downrange, which we are still working to clear, so we've got a couple more minutes here. But while we've got a couple more minutes, Denise, I'd like to get a little deeper into New Glenn. We've got a lot of new viewers this evening. Do you want to give our audience a sense of what sets this vehicle apart from current and historic launch vehicles.
Absolutely. Well, to start, it's just massive at over 320 feet tall, or almost 98 meters.
And what did I say?
Just to think about that, that's like a 32-story building. It's really hard to describe what that means, but another way to think about it is, you know, we all know and love New Shepherds.
New Shepherd for scale. You're supposed to use a banana for scale, Blue Origin. Do you not know how to do this?
You can see there on the screen there, that's, we actually could stick one of those in the fairing of New Glenn, actually.
Yes.
So, you know, it's remarkable to see the jump from New Shepard to New Glenn. We talk about our motto, gradatum ferociter, step by step ferociously. That is a pretty ferocious step we've decided to take.
Yeah, you're absolutely
New Shepard
correct.
for scale.
New Shepard could fit
It's inside the
of our
fairing.
payload fairing with even room to spare on the sides. Our fairings are just that big.
And again, as fun as that would be, we don't really need to ship New Shepard off to another planet anytime soon. But that said, it does speak to future capabilities, such as, say, moon landers.
Where's your banana for scale? That's what I'm saying.
Moon lunar lander that we are working with our friends at NASA on, or other large vehicles that are similar in size to New Shepard.
Gosh, New Glenn is going to be so good.
About that
It has such good potential here. It fills a
not
need
only,
that not even Starship feels.
And all the volume that's in there, plus the power of New Glenn, we can take a lot of things to a lot of different destinations, orbits, planets. The moon.
Where does New Shepard weigh? It's a good question.
Rocket, and the versatility of this rocket is what makes it so important.
No, it cannot.
Not only Blue Origin,
not fully fueled. It's 75 metric tons fully fueled.
Right?
Blue Origin can only get 45.
It's so large, and it's not often that people get to stand up close to a rocket. You know, and we showed this the other night during the first broadcast, but you and I got a chance a couple of days ago to walk next to this rocket.
Wait, that seems wrong.
There's some footage there. God, it's huge.
It's one
that
of the
actually
things
seems wrong.
I will remember the most from this whole experience. You know, we spent years just engineering the requirements and building it and testing it, and then the first time that you stand in front of this vehicle fully,
that's what Wikipedia says.
Is just breathtaking. It was just so cool to get
That's what Wikipedia says.
close to that rocket.
Take it with a grain of salt.
It's just so much bigger than words and figures can describe.
So you saw there a second ago, we were just walking out of the flame trench. And I mean, of all the many things that I'm looking forward to this evening, watching the water deluge system, we talked about it during the last webcast, the water is going to come.
We still have Starship today? That's true.
Out of
we
the
do still have
water
Starship
tower,
today.
Which is one of the tallest water towers.
And even if it does scrub tonight, guess what? We just get a turn. Oh, wait, no, they said Friday. They do a 48-hour turnaround. I was going to say we get a double header tomorrow if they scrub tonight.
That flame
But no.
trench, and you and I were standing in it. And so when you, just the scale of everything, the rocket and all the infrastructure around it, when you get up close and personal, you realize the scale of what we're dealing with.
Why is it so big for only 45 tons to Leo? Only 45 tons?
Going back to it, one of the things
only
that
45 tons?
is a key difference between New Glenn and other rockets that might have lifted off this pad in the past.
45 tons is no joke. 45 tons is almost twice what Vulcan can lift.
Truly remarkable. I mean, this rocket is built.
This is a big rocket with a big capacity.
Lift capability. It does it in a way that's sustainable and reusable, and that's really innovative and really special.
Yes, reusability. Really.
Now, if you're asking, like, why isn't it more? It might be due to the upper stage using hydrogen, because hydrogen you get a lot of efficiency, right? But it's generally speaking low thrust in comparison to something else, and you get gravity loss and whatnot.
And you can really
Saturn V for scale. Where's the banana for scale?
There's no other way to do it other than coming up with vehicles that are reusable, and that is why, you know, we started with New Shepard, which is a reusable vehicle.
Because let's keep in mind, Graham, that right now, Starship Super Heavy can't even get any payload into orbit, which is why they're expanding it.
Yeah, I mean, so we all know and love the Saturn V, and rocket fans know this. Just like Saturn V and other big rockets, rockets fly in stages, and the job of the first stage, or what we sometimes call the booster, is to lift the vehicle from Earth up into space. The stages will then separate, and it's the second stage that powers our payloads into orbit.
And, you know, you guys, for some of our viewers who maybe aren't as huge rocket nerds as we are, The Saturn V.
What's a Falcon payload nominal limit? 22 metric tons.
To the moon. So you get a sense of the scale with that vehicle.
Why is the banana for scale? Yeah.
You know, we might be just a little bit smaller than that, not by a lot. It's only about 10%.
Yeah, Falcon Heavy can only get 22 metric tons into orbit.
We are going to also be taking people
That's
and
not its
vehicles
technical
to the moon
maximum
and beyond
limit.
with this vehicle.
Its maximum limit is something on the order of, I think, 60 metric tons if it's fully expended. But its payload attachment fitting and its actual structure is only rated for like 22 metric tons.
Historic launch in the sense that we intend this is day one. We are opening a new
Not
chapter,
structurally, Graham.
not only blue, but for spaceflight capability and for customers around the world to be able to put things into space.
All one core size with a huge fairing. It looks like KSP. Yeah, it's a good looking rocket though.
So that's our baby.
We're within
That's
14
our new
minutes,
blend
chat.
In a nutshell, for those of you that are less familiar with this rocket, obviously we're super proud of this vehicle, and we cannot wait to send it up to space in just T-minus 13
One last
minutes
question.
and 50 seconds to
Is Blue Origin the Amazon company or Boeing or
and listen in as it gets ready to go to space.
But yes, Blue Origin is. If you're talking about Jeff Bezos, founder and whatnot of Amazon, founder and whatnot of Blue Origin. Yeah, used to Starship numbers, but even like what we've seen out of Starship so far is they can't get any payload into orbit right now. They can get a banana into orbit, but it's a difference between what's on paper and what they can actually do. So we will see. I'm really excited for V2 tomorrow. V2 should be good. V2 has stretch tanks for Starship. Should definitely improve those that capability. All right, we'll see if we can get an update here. We will see if we can get an update. For you, it's today. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. For me, tomorrow. It's almost today for me in 10 minutes. But yeah, Starship technically for me is tomorrow. All right, chat. We're almost 11 minutes out. Hopefully, we'll get an update that the wayward boat has in fact moved out of the vicinity. That would be most excellent. But like I said, we just sit and we wait, chat. We sit and we wait. We talk about New Glenn and all of its capabilities, like the BE4 engine producing 2,400 kilonewtons of thrust. Its BE3 engines producing, 700 kilonewtons of thrust. God, it's a big boy. Big boy. It's about to become, I think, on a technicality, the largest, most powerful, operational, commercially run rocket. Because technically speaking, I think that's where the technicality is, that Starship is not technically operational. It's not commercialized yet, right? But this should certify it for flight even by the National Reconnaissance Office standards, which is pretty cool. And they already have a Mars mission going up in later this year, right? The Escapade missions. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. You can hear some pressure management. You heard the vents going off. Great, now you're hungry. That's, yeah, tired and hungry. It's the worst. So I'm pretty sure what you're seeing here, chat, on the outside of the rocket, I believe those are the hydrogen downcomers. So the hydrogen tank is actually on top, and then you have oxygen on the bottom. And I think because hydrogen is so cold, they don't run it through the oxygen tank, and they go on the outside. Vehicles like Vulcan and Atlas and Delta do that same thing as well for hydrogen locks. So I'm thinking that's what we're seeing there.
Please set up Blair.
What'd you say?
Thank you again, everybody, for joining us. We are at T-minus 9
What'd you say?
minutes and 40 seconds to go until launch. We are awaiting here the go, no go poll.
All right,
New Glenn's
wait.
First launch to space. Now, at this point, we're going to throw it over to launch control. They're going to go around the room
Awesome.
and see if
Yes.
we're ready to go to space.
Yes, we're gonna
Keep in
see. We're
mind
gonna actually listen
that
into the go no go
upstairs, We have
poll.
our launch control and our mission control room. In the mission control room, we have the team that is managing our Blue Ring Pathfinder payload this evening. As we
Yeah,
mentioned
we
on
made
the
it under
last,
10. That's right.
the last webcast, I'm particularly proud of our Blue
I don't
Ring
think so,
team.
Mr.
This is
Green.
the team that I help lead here at Blue Origin. They have been working
It doesn't seem
very
so.
hard on this payload, and they are ready that as soon as the second
Because they're basically
stage
flying with no payload
separates
now.
from the first stage, the fairings will deploy, and it is heading out to MEO, to Middle Earth orbit, where it is going to remain up there orbiting
Middle
the
Earth.
Earth for about 6 to 8 hours or so, collecting
Middle Earth?
various data, checking.
Are we going
all
to
of the
Middle Earth?
various systems,
Oh, that's
primarily
the payload,
telecom
chat.
Systems there.
That's
You
the Blue
see
Ring Pathfinder inside the
Bolt coming in
fairing.
here. Stand by.
She meant medium Earth orbit.
L-10 action.
MEO.
In work.
Roger, report when those are complete. Recovery.
Go.
PLI.
Go.
LSO.
Go.
OSM.
Go.
RC. Go. ESR.
Range control.
Go.
AC.
Go.
Attitude.
And BMD.
Go.
LD is go as well. All stations LD on count 1 with the terminal count. Briefing all personnel remain in current positions until launch. Maintain operational silence in the control room. All controllers move to count 1 for launch. If a constraint is observed between now and launch, commit. Announce hold, hold, hold on count 1. Briefly.
Everyone's
state.
looking good. Everyone's looking calm but focused.
OSM LD set hold fire switch to launch position.
Launch.
And LD is in launch. Guido, verify, abort, request, flag, false.
Guidance.
Abort request is false.
Roger.
Is that it? We're through? All right, chat. On the Twitch side, I'm going to run a quick ad break so that way you guys don't get any ads throughout the launch. So I'll see you guys back here on the Twitch side here momentarily.
Launch. This is our first flight, and obviously we've prepared rigorously for it.
All right.
But no amount
No,
of
no, no.
ground
They were
testing or
saying
mission
make
simulation
sure
is a
that the
replacement
abort
for flying
request
this
is set
rocket.
to false,
Our key
meaning that there
objective
is no
today
abort.
is to reach orbit.
That is my
safely.
understanding of what I just heard.
Anything beyond that is a bonus. And believe me, we are nothing if not persistent. Now we're getting very, very close here. T-minus 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go until launch. Our terminal count is beginning in just a few minutes. You just heard it right there. We are go for launch this evening. But one important
Hell yes.
aspect of our rocket that we haven't really touched on today, our New Glenn rocket is called New Glenn. It is named after an American hero, John Glenn, the first American to orbit Earth, circling it 3 times in 1962.
He also served as a U.S. Senator for more than 2 decades.
All
in
right,
the state
chat.
of
We're about
Ohio.
to
And then
see
amazingly,
something
Senator
wild.
Glenn flew to space again in 1998 at the age of 77 on board the Space Shuttle Discovery STS-95
We're about to see close to 4 million
Senator
pounds of
led an
thrust
incredible life.
ignite.
He died in 2016 at the age of 95.
That's
But shortly
17,000
before he
kilonewtons.
died, our founder, Jeff Bezos, was able to connect with the senator and tell him that we hope that he'd be willing to lend his name to Blue's first
No, it was a
orbital
request,
rocket.
so I'm thinking they're
And we
just
have
looking
here
at the flag. Like, is
copy
the
of
computer
letter
tracking
that
any
he sent
abort
back.
right now?
You can see
I think it's just a
It
call out to
is
make sure the
really meaningful
computer is
to
not
us.
already
Just a
tracking an
moment, let me
abort
read you
sequence.
A couple of words. When I first orbited the Earth in 1962, you were still 2 years from being born.
That is my understanding of it,
And when I returned to space in
without
1998,
actually
Origin was still
knowing
2
their
years in the future.
internal avionics and stuff.
You are already driven by a vision of space travel accessible not only to highly trained pilots, engineers, and scientists, But to all of
I'm
us,
excited. All right, so we only have a minute left on the ads on the Twitch side. So we should be good here.
As the original Glenn, I can tell you, I see the day coming when people will board spacecraft the same way millions of us now board jetliners. When that happens, it will be largely because of your epic achievements this year.
I get goosebumps every time. You know, he's the first American to orbit Earth, and I've seen that letter hanging in our headquarters building.
We're in the terminal count, chat. We're in the terminal count.
Everybody, we're at T-minus 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go until launch. We are very close. We are coming up here on terminal count. Do not go anywhere.
Stay in your seat, chat. Stay awake. All right. So what do we do for 4 minutes, chat? We sit. We wait. That's what we do. We sit and we wait. I hope I don't get ads during launch. You shouldn't, because it says all ads have been disabled for 1 hour.
Terminal count active.
Unless Twitch lies, we should be good for that.
Timer started.
Just don't forget the pad separation. Yeah, let's not lift the pad up. Play some KSP. Yeah, let's play some KSP for 3 minutes. Yeah. By the time we load up KSP, it'll be launch time.
EF safety pins disengaged. T-minus 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Cool.
That was system armed. Magic charge initiated.
I'm glad we can hear the mission control, or I should say the launch control.
Our team is now securing all the commodities to our first stage and our second stage. They're also going to be draining and purging all the umbilicals that are supplied to New Glenn.
So yeah, closeout should be happening. We should see them vent the lines if they haven't already done so. I'm not exactly sure what their procedure is in terms of timing. Oh, this is such a good camera angle. Okay, we can see the LOX vents at the top.
GS2 hydraulic secured.
GS2, that's the Glenn stage 2 hydraulics have been secured.
Magic charging complete.
Magic charging.
GS1 pre-press start.
Glenn stage 1 going into pre-press for flight, pressurizing the tanks up for flight pressure. You can see the vents closed out on the first and second stage. You can actually even hear it. There's the closeout on the vents.
We are now pressurizing the tanks to their flight pressures. Of
What'd I
course,
say,
this
chat?
is crucial for the performance of our engines.
GS2 chill is in effect, so I think they're chilling in the engines as well on the second stage, the 2BE3s. Taking bets on successful landings.
We're now going to be switching off the ground power supply and transitioning New Glenn to its
we'll have to do that after
batteries. When this happens,
after the current prediction is up, because right now we had a prediction on whether or not we're launching, and we haven't launched yet. So. All right, 1 minute and 30 seconds, chat. Here we go.
T-minus 130.
Range is green.
Power internal.
Vehicle has internal power. It's disconnected from the pad.
There it
power.
is. New Glenn is alive.
Computers now are in full control. Should hear auto sequence start.
T-minus 60 seconds. Range green.
Range is green, baby. All right.
AFSS flight enabled.
Automated flight. Little pressure management. So what we should see here is the pad deluge system. Pad deluge system. Water is going to be sprayed on the pad. APU is running. That's what we're hearing in the background is the APU
flight level.
For the hydraulics.
GS2 at flight level.
There's the pad deluge.
Big water start.
That's a big water command. There's the water deluge. Here we go, New Glenn.
It's time to do this. Let's light this candle.
Autopilot enabled.
I'm a minute slow. Oh shit.
9, 8.
We'll just.
7,
I'll just watch it from here, though. Not going to go a minute fast.
Lift off.
We just took off, Chad. Oh my lord. Look at that.
Engines at full thrust.
All engines full thrust.
Chamber pressures are good. Vehicles cleared the tower. Now passing 18
Oh,
seconds
that's
into flight.
looking excellent. Pitching down range.
Engine chamber pressures look good.
Engine chamber
27
pressure look
seconds
good.
in, vehicles. Now begin
Unbelievable.
pitch roll maneuver to point down range. Body rate responses are nominal. Chamber pressures
Oh,
continue to
look
look
at the
good. Now 40 seconds into flight.
Oh, that's looking so excellent.
End of roll, strakes now
Oh,
level.
that's liquid natural
Chamber
gas,
pressures
chat.
continue to look
Blue
good.
tinge.
50 seconds in. Data quality looks good coming down from the vehicle.
Data quality is good.
Chamber pressures continue to look nominal.
Mach 0.5.
1 minute into flight.
Yeah, TWR definitely low. Oh, look at that.
All
Oh
7
my
engines
god.
continue to look good on the first stage. Data quality
Holy
is good coming down
crap.
from the vehicle. Body rate responses are
Oh, the
nominal.
BE4s are performing so
1 minute,
good.
15 seconds into flight.
As we build a road to space.
20,000
For the
feet.
benefit of
Coming up on
Earth.
Mach 1. Holy crap. Going through the clouds.
Engines continue to perform well. Now passing 1 minute, 30 seconds into flight. Passing Mach 1. New one is now supersonic.
Oh my.
Engines continue to
Vehicle is
perform
supersonic
well.
now,
Passing through max
40,000
Q, maximum
feet.
Dynamic pressure.
We're past max Q. It's good on the max Q. Highest loads on the vehicle.
Throughout the cruise phase. Data quality continues to look good.
Oh, it's
Chamber
looking
pressures
so
looking
good.
All 7
You're seeing it through the clouds. That's what the plume looks weird.
Dynamic pressure. The toughest part of the flight on that vehicle.
Oh, the
we have
BE4s are
punched
good.
through it, and New Glenn continues
pressures
its
continue to look
ascent
good
to
on all
space.
Chamber
BE4
pressure's looking
engines.
good. BE4s are in it,
Acceleration profiles
chat.
good. Body rates look good. 1 minute to Miko.
1 minute to Miko. It's a 3-minute burn on the first stage. So far, New Glenn has already passed what Starship has done.
Chilling started. The E4s continue to perform well throughout the boost phase.
BE4 engines. Where is
Passing 2 minutes,
this?
30 seconds into flight. Trajectory
No, that
nominal.
is not from the drone ship. There's no way that's the drone ship, right? Is that the drone ship?
2 minutes, 40 seconds.
Or is this from an aircraft?
Approximately 30 seconds remaining in boost phase.
And here we are coming up
Chamber
on
pressure
This looks
Miko.
really
Main
far
engine
down
cut
range,
off.
but
Let's
close.
Stand by for that.
Where's this camera
Good.
angle? It's a plane? We do have
H2
onboards. Why haven't you
RCS
been
priming.
showing this? Coming up on
Now passing 3
shutdown.
minutes.
Oh, that looks so excellent.
And we have Miko.
Come on, second stage set. Second stage set. Come on, baby.
have
It's the
stage set.
W57, cool.
And we have ignition on both BE3Us. Chamber pressure is good.
Oh my god. Oh, easy. Easy,
Now
chat.
passing 3 minutes, 40 seconds into flight. Body rates look good.
Uh-oh.
Data quality coming down from both stages.
Oh, some of the
Looks
stuff
good.
peeling off. I think it's okay.
GS2
It just looks like some of
performing
the
efficient maneuver,
paint
Body rate response is nominal.
or something peeling off.
BE3U chamber pressure continues to look good.
It says chamber temperature and everything looks good. Chamber
We have
pressure looks
payload
good.
fairing jettison.
Did we see fairing sep? Is that the fairing sep? Is that why they're yelling?
Separation
BE3Us continue to
confirmed of
perform
the
well.
two
Body rate
stages.
good. Tank pressures are within their limits.
Stage 2 is now continuing its
Oh, come
launch
on.
and
I want to
flight.
see it
It's
from the
up
other
into
angle.
Now
Neo.
passing 4 minutes, 20 seconds into
Ice, you
flight.
think?
Our
It could have been nice.
booster
It
is
just looked
going
like
to
it was
try to
peeling
make
off, though.
a
It could have been
landing.
nice.
3 minutes
You
now
see
remaining.
the
to GS1.
landing target out there in the ocean. We are going to land on the Jacqueline, the landing ship
Continue to look good.
that
Body
is
rate
awaiting
Oh,
this
man.
beautiful booster to
I
make
really
a
wish
landing.
they would show
bottles
more
look good.
on board. They need a Starlink. Yeah, I know, right?
Trajectory looks good on both stages.
Wow. Whew,
4
this
minutes,
is
50
wild.
seconds into flight.
New Glenn, the BE4s, chat, the BE4 engines were on point. Nominal throughout the entire flight. SpaceX spoils us with onboards, true.
Now passing 5 minutes, 10 seconds into flight. Thrust
Do you
on
hear
both
that?
BE3
Your mic is
engines,
hot. Please keep that in mind.
5 minutes, 20 seconds in. Less than 2 minutes now remaining to GS1 engine ignition.
Thank you again, everybody, for
GS1
joining
has
us for
reached
New
out.
Glenn's first launch to space so far. 5 minutes and
7
30 seconds
BE4
into launch.
engines.
Everything
Absolutely
continues
wild.
to be nominal. A clean separation of stage 1 from stage 2. Stage
So I
1,
had to
our
see you a
booster.
minute and
We are
past,
looking
yeah.
to land it on our landing ship, Jacqueline. There you see its targeted landing spot where the feather is there.
Yeah, it even shows me live, which
And
is weird.
stage 2,
I hate when
carrying
YouTube does
the
that.
Pathfinder for Blue Ring, will continue its mission up towards MEO orbit, where we will be collecting data for 6 hours. But let's continue
we're just
to
gonna
watch
let it
here
ride.
as the two vehicles continue on their way.
Good, both BE3Us.
Both BE3Us look good. Look, everybody's standing up. No hands on face. Everyone's looking calm but focused.
Confirmed
Looking good.
GS1 engine chill active.
Oh, it is big for them. They've been working on this. I mean,
Less
Blue
than
Origin's
1
been a
minute
company
now
since
remaining
what, like
to
2000?
Exo-atmospheric engine ignition.
Exo-atmospheric engine ignition.
6 minutes, 30 seconds.
Stage 1 velocity. Check out the
So
stage 1
coming up here,
velocity.
we're going to see the middle of the 3 7BE4
Body
engines
rates
on the
GS1
booster
and GS2
light
look
up.
good.
So they're going to do also similar to
Chamber
SpaceX
pressure on
3
both
engine
BE3s.
ignition.
This is going to
Continue to look good
slow
throughout
the
the burn.
vehicle down, and then as the vehicle gets closer to the landing ship, the Jacqueline, the 2 outer of the 3 middle engines will shut off, and just 1 in the
Okay,
center will
they're
remain
below
to
100
help
kilometers.
slow as well as
Stamping on
guide the
nice
vehicle
GS1.
back to the landing ship.
7 minutes into
As you've
flight.
also seen on the booster vehicle, we have the steering fins at the
It
top
will
of
land.
the
I'm
booster,
hopeful.
as well as the strakes, which act essentially as wings. This vehicle is flying back to the Jacqueline, providing lift to
I
come
really
in
wish
for
we
a
had
nice,
more
soft,
WB-57
and vertical
airplane
landing onto
shots.
the landing ship, the Jacqueline.
I wonder what they're going to be able to post and show us
Chamber pressures
later.
on both BE3Us.
All 3 engines relight confirmed.
Wait for it. The telemetry. Wait for the telemetry here.
Body rates look good on GS2. Continuing through its planned burn.
Exo-atmospheric
45
deceleration burn has begun. Stage velocity is decelerating. Oh, it's looking good. We already burned 1,000 miles per hour off. Okay. Telemetry seems to be lost on that stage currently. First stage telemetry.
MR response on the B3U engines, seeing good throttle profile.
Good throttle
Chamber
profile.
pressures continue to look good throughout the burn. 8 minutes, 20 seconds into flight.
We lost stage 1 velocity, or stage 1 telemetry.
GS2 tank pressures staying within their acceptable limits. Body rate responses look good. Chamber pressures look good throughout the burn. 8 minutes, 40 seconds in.
Still got a long way to go on stage 2, right? You got to hit 17,000 miles an hour, but more so because they're going into a higher orbit. Yeah, don't have any stage 1 telemetry. And I feel like they would have landed by now.
Now passing 9 minutes into flight. Continue to see data from both stages.
Both stages we see data, but it's not on our channel, I guess. Yeah, we'll see DJ.
GS2 data quality continues to look good throughout the burn. Chamber pressures, both engines staying very close to each other.
Awesome. BE3U's on point. It's a brand new engine, never
GS2
flown.
trajectory is nominal.
They should have gotten the stage 1 by now, right?
Less than 3 minutes now remaining in the GS2 burn.
Yeah, I would say it definitely should have landed by now. If they're not seeing it, if we're not hearing the big applause, then I don't think it's
Thank you again,
landing.
everybody, for joining us.
That's okay though.
Wow, what a
Bummer,
moment
though.
so far.
God,
We
what-
obviously
that's a
have
bummer, though.
some frozen data here on our stage.
Yeah, I don't think the
one,
booster landed.
On our booster, we're still waiting to understand what the situation is with the booster. Meanwhile, our second stage, GS2, continues
10 minutes, 20 seconds into
its
flight.
ascent, as well as its climb towards MEO, which is where
It
is
landed
heading this
somewhere,
evening.
yeah.
We are still waiting.
Continue to see good throttle response
Again,
on both
our
these
first
engines.
our primary objective, getting
rates,
to orbit
continue to
safely.
look stable
Let's stand
throughout
by
the
here.
Yep, they're aiming for over 17,500 miles an hour. They're at 12,000 right now,
Tank
almost
pressure staying within
13,000.
acceptable limits. Bottle pressures look good. Data quality continues to look good throughout the GS2 burn.
It had a misadventure, yeah.
$11 minutes, 10 seconds into flight.
God, so good, Chad, for their first heavy lift vehicle
GS2 is
launch.
now 1,700 kilometers downrange, traveling at
Did it sink the
6.7
bar
kilometers per
or
second.
explode in midair? Yeah, we'll see. We'll have to find out.
Data looks good coming down from Tidris.
Amazing launch off the pad. Yeah, a little bit slower than I was expecting. I mean, because, you know, this thing's not carrying any payload. It's carrying like 300 kilograms when this thing should be able to
Both
carry.
VE3Us continue to look good, tracking nicely.
45,000.
Chamber pressure. Body rate responses are stable.
Slowly losing altitude. Yeah, that's
12
fine.
minutes, 10 seconds.
It's
into
just
flight.
lofting. Lofting, right? Because it's a very low TWR upper stage with hydrogen. They're burning like this, but they're kind of falling. But it's fine. So long as they don't fall too far, it'll be okay. TWR looked like it was 0.00005.
We have
Yeah.
IFE vanish. GS2 is now orbital.
GS2's orbital. Awesome. There you go. 17,500 miles an hour. So they're in orbit. They're not in their intended orbit, but they made orbit. Amazing. First try on a heavy launch vehicle, chat.
53 seconds into flight.
After 9 years of development at least.
And we have engine cut off.
Nice. So there you go. Seco 1.
Body rates look good following engine cut off.
Thank you again, everybody, for joining us.
Wow.
Seco,
They're in orbit.
we cut off the engines on the
Now
second
they
stage.
coast
What does
until
that
they
mean?
do their
That
ignition.
means that we hit our key, critical, #1 objective.
Awesome.
We got to orbit safely. Congratulations.
Absolutely awesome.
Blue Origin, y'all have gone orbital.
Yes, indeed. All right, Raven, have a good night, my friend. Yes, indeed.
What a day. We see our team down in Huntsville.
Hell yeah.
Our team's in
Huntsville is where they manufacture
I know
the
team
engines.
out at
Kent is where they do
Huntsville.
most of the engineering and design work.
In their minds. Congratulations, everybody.
Wow.
What a day.
That did not disappoint.
We are in space. We've got our Blue Wing Pathfinder ready to warm up, ready to start drawing in all of that great information.
Yep, booster
What
potentially
a
ripped.
day.
Potentially bad, not good. It did
We're
not
gonna go to
survive.
Mars Park here. We have Eddie Seifert.
14 minutes, 10 seconds into flight.
Hey, Ariane, we are so happy to be here at Rocket Park, our orbital launch site. This team
Oh,
is
nice,
so
Jan.
proud
Hell
that
yeah.
we got to orbit. What an incredible rumble from the B4 engines. This was such an experience.
Flight termination
to
system?
live
Yeah, we'll have to
together,
see.
To be a part of this community.
Amazing. You can feel the energy. What a fantastic day. Thank you, Eddie. To the whole team, again, congratulations on getting to orbit. Now, I know all of you are tuning in. We're still trying to get all of the data here. We seem to have lost telemetry on the first stage, on the booster. We very well may have lost the booster. We are still coming in with all of the information. I want to make sure that we get you the right information.
Yep, there we go.
But Nonetheless, the main objective that we were going for this evening is that we hit orbit. And now
They hit orbit. It's actually crazy.
We did in fact
First
lose
try.
the booster. You can see from the map there how close physically the booster got to making its landing. Of course, we'll have all of the information on
I can't wait to hopefully hear about why.
with the booster in the last moments. As you did hear, we did have the booster relight the 3 middle engines, which is what we were looking for. So things we know were good up until that point.
It did decelerate
but
a lot.
We just need to go through the data. And of course, after the show, on all of our social media channels, we are going to have more information on those details.
Good.
But
please be transparent to some degree.
We hit our main objective. We got to orbit safely. Let's go up to mission control and launch control. Maggie, what's going on upstairs right now? I bet our team is pretty excited.
The 5s, Ariane, they were...
Yeah, so real quick on the replay,
lift to
you'll
come
see
in for a nice,
we hit
soft,
like
and
5,000
vertical
miles an
landing.
hour, and then we get confirmation of engine ignition on the booster, and it bleeds off like 1,000 miles an hour.
Continuing through its planned burn. 7 minutes, 45 seconds in.
That looks a little weird. Not gonna lie, looks a little weird. But it's hard to tell with just the slight little sliver of engine on there. But you see, then it stops telemetry at 4285. So we bled off like 1,000 miles an hour there with the engines on. So the engines were definitely there, but
still a lot
not
of
sure.
work going on.
Not sure
We've
what
got
happened
guys in
afterwards.
Mission Control, guys and gals in Mission Control, ready to keep watching our second stage, see if that Blue Ring Pathfinder can continue on its mission. And you know the work's going to continue for quite a while tonight, Ariane.
That's right. That's right. My team, our in-space systems team, their job basically has just started, right? They're going to get that Blue Ring Pathfinder going. Maggie, can I ask you, we felt it down here in the studio. What was that rumble like as New Glenn was taking off?
This would be a really good transparency test. I agree.
The rumble, the railings shook, but also
I hope they at least
so
send out an
bright,
X post
Ariane.
about like,
That
oh, you know, flight
whitish
termination
blue
system
light
was
out there
activated,
was
you know,
just
or something.
impossible to take our eyes
I want
off
to know at least some
everybody here was glued to
like what
their,
actually happened to it.
you know, view right over there, and it's been just incredible.
Amazing. You can see on our screen there, we've got,
You know, Jacqueline, if we
the executives we see there.
Jacqueline's
in the
probably
middle.
like,
We've got our CEO.
Jacqueline's the
we've got
name of
Jeff
the
Bezos, we
landing
have Dave
barge.
Limp, our CEO, Mark Featherstone, who has been on this program since day one.
Jeff.
I see the deputy of our New Glenn program losing it. This is a replay of the executives, of our team members, as New Glenn was taking off. Man, oh man, what a moment! And as
What are they looking
Maggie
at?
was mentioning,
Oh, they were watching the
so
launch.
cool
Gotcha,
about
because that's
when
the
New
window
Glenn
there.
takes off,
This
not
is a
only
replay
it
from them.
bright, like a lot of those rockets, but that LNG burns this beautiful, beautiful blue. And man, the skies over Florida were lit
If it was SpaceX, it'd be
tonight.
labeled as a failure.
And New Glenn, Stage 2, continues its
Yeah,
mission
you're not wrong.
up to Mio. What a fantastic
Yeah, they don't have to tell us anything, but I do hope that
This
they
team,
at least
Blue
give us
Origin, across
the what I would
this
consider to be the
country,
minimum, you
guys
know,
should be
which is
so
flight
proud of
termination
yourselves.
system activated,
Getting
or
to orbit is
yeah,
hard.
something like that.
It's-
Something simple, but at least
there are not many
some info.
countries, companies, whatever you want to say it, that have ever been to orbit. And y'all, we did it on our first go.
Yep.
Congratulations. That is huge.
That is honestly a huge.
Denise,
That's a big
You've
deal.
been at this company for several years. I've been here a decade. You've been here for 4 years.
Almost 5. Yeah, I actually, I started crying. I'm filled with
Aw.
excitement, and I'm just filled with gratitude. You know, like all of us play a small part in this success. It really does take thousands of engineers to really come together and work together to make this happen. And I'm just very grateful and humbled to be a part of it. And I'm also just so incredibly proud of our team. And I know we talked about the rumble, we anticipated it, and I knew it was coming when we cleared the pad, and it's still, I'm speechless. It felt like an earthquake here at the studio. It was, yeah, I'm very emotional, very happy, and very proud.
Yeah,
Congratulations. High
yeah, we
five,
should
Joe.
be.
All right, let's take a moment
We should be
to
seeing a couple of
reflect
them actually,
on the
if I'm
key
not mistaken.
moments of
We'll see if that
today's
sticks,
mission.
but I think they have a couple planned for this year.
We
They have
met
escapades and
many of our objectives
another one
today.
as well.
We exceeded them So some of those
I think it's 2 more, right?
milestones, we had a
Escapades
clean
and
lift-off.
another one.
Man, oh man, I will never forget the view of those 7 BE4 engines and the blue coming out of those nozzles. We had stage separation, a clean stage separation, a clean fairing separation. And then you know what? We reached orbit. Now, we are still going to take some time to deliver our to deliver our payload to orbit. As a reminder, the blue ring Pathfinder is going to stay
filter
attached
for it.
to that second stage as it orbits the Earth, collecting all its data.
Oh, they actually do have more than.
testing all
I thought
of
they
that
only had a couple planned for
very
2025.
important telecom
Okay, they got
and
more planned.
avionics technology that is going to
December.
roll
I mean, it's
right
kind of,
into our
yeah.
blue ring,
Is when they were modified
program for
last.
the blue
We'll see.
ring,
We'll see what sticks.
Vehicle itself.
I know they got
Now,
Escapade in
we
June,
didn't have
and then I was
booster
thinking,
landing, but
yeah,
man, we
Eutelsat.
got close. And as we have said in the previous webcast, it is about collecting data. Data is the currency of success, and if, with that being the case, we collected so much data, and
Yeah,
man, oh man,
no
we're
kidding.
going to take that information, we're going to roll it back into the next New Glenn, which is literally over my shoulder, waiting to have all of that
Yeah,
incorporated.
this is the forward
mean,
module right here. All these little
all of
blocks are where the
this,
RCS
the
thrusters go.
engineering that
And then
has
here you can
gone
see the
into it,
actuator,
testing.
or the hole where the
Learn
actuator
to,
fits
these
through
are
for the
really
fin.
complicated,
This is the forward
intricate
module here.
engineering systems that we have designed, and it's really hard to do. And every time we get that data and we can infuse into the next iteration of it, of course, we have a GS1-2 right behind us. So there's another booster coming, and we're just so proud.
We cannot wait.
Hey, what's up, Higgs? How are
to
you?
bring you that next launch.
You don't like the host at Blue
I'm
Origin?
raring to go.
Don't jive with
it
her?
has been a joy to have you here. Thank you for all of your insights, for your joy, your passion. You exude.
Doing pretty good,
Team
man.
Blue
Doing
and
better now that we
New
just saw New Glenn
Team
fly.
New Glenn.
Absolutely
Let me just
wild.
ask you, what are you going to remember the most from this evening?
And they don't have to rebuild the pad. That's true.
Seeing that image of the 7 BE4s after it cleared the pad, I mean, again, we know from analysis and data what it's supposed to look like, what it might sound like, and we've envisioned it
Been
for
looking
years.
awesome.
And then to see it on the screen, it was honestly the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, it has. It, again, as you said, we've all had these visions.
Stage
in
2
our
landing?
mind.
There's no
We've
stage
had
2 landing.
Animations, like what we think it's going to look like.
Stage 2 will just burn
But
up
there
on
is
reentry.
nothing
If you're talking
like
about other
seeing that
camera
real
angles, they might not
booster,
have
real-
communication with it right now.
Did you see that?
It might be in between
that flame come out from the base
comms
of
towers,
that vehicle as it took
ground
off.
stations.
It is just insane. Thank you so much for being a part of today's webcast. It really has been an honor to.
So are they
be
ending the
with you,
webcast, or are they
take
going to
part
go
in our
through
first
the
New
orbit
Glenn
raising
webcast?
maneuver and stuff?
And to our viewers, thank you for joining
When
us.
will they launch next? June
to-
for Escapades?
Our customers, to the Defense Innovation Unit that is supporting our Blue Ring Pathfinder. Thank you very much to you.
Yeah, it sounds
You
like
have
they
been
are.
supporters of the Pathfinder, but especially of Blue Ring.
I was hoping
our
they would go.
believers.
I don't know what their
you know what?
trajectory looks like.
I know Team Blue
It's a
has a lot to
6-hour mission
celebrate. I don't know
for
if
the
there's
Blue
gonna be
Ring.
Too much work going on tomorrow as we
Well deserved.
celebrate
Well deserved.
all of this. Everybody, Mission 1 is in the books.
Yep.
I cannot wait, and I look forward to seeing you all back here again soon as we get New Glenn 2 ready to launch. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. I think we've got one last way that we can get our
do.
viewers engaged.
Yes. So I do want to speak a little bit more about Team Blue. You know, we talked about
All
the
right.
hard work.
Let's
and
go
all the
back
cool
to,
training that
see
we
the
do
launch again,
for
yeah?
Flight pressures, of course.
I can't get over the.
Green screen.
I can't get over
AFSS flight enabled.
the engine ignition. Oh, so good, man. You can hear the APU spin up.
APU's running.
APU is running.
30 seconds. GS1 at flight level.
The noise is going to start up
GS2
insane
at flight
indeed.
level.
There's pad deluge.
Big water start.
Big water start.
That's a big water command. There's the water deluge. Here we go, New Glenn.
It's time to do this. Let's light this candle.
Autopilot enabled. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 1. Lift off. All 7 engines at full thrust.
Oh my god, look at that. Can you just take a second and appreciate that we're seeing a 32-story tall building just inch into the sky? That's so crazy. Oh my god.
18 seconds into flight.
And it's good to hear the BE4 engines were nominal chamber temperature and pressure.
Chamber pressures look good.
Yeah.
27 seconds in, vehicles. Now begun the pitch roll maneuver to point down range. Body rate responses are nominal. Chamber pressures continue to look good. Now 40 seconds.
Look at that. So here you can see the Mach diamonds, also known as cap shocks. So basically, you can tell the BE4 engine, as large as it is not designed to be efficient down here at sea level. Because essentially what we have is the ambient pressure squeezing those gases as they're trying to come out and expand from the nozzle here, and they're getting compressed on each other, and they're basically creating expansion shocks. And so we're seeing those expansion shocks basically hit each other here downstream of the nozzle. But yeah, that looks super good. That looks like a really, really good burn on the BE4 engines. That's so good.
In the flight.
0 to 2030.
And the roll switch now level.
Yeah, it took a while.
Continue to look good.
I mean, they're only at Mach 0.5 right now, a minute into flight.
Data quality looks good coming down from the vehicle.
Oh, it's just absolutely phenomenal.
Pressures continue to look nominal. 1 minute into flight.
What do you reckon the TWR is? I don't know. On the lower end. 1.2?
All 7 engines continue to look good on the first stage. Data quality is good coming down from
1.15? I mean, I guess you could figure it out if you can do 0 to 2,000 feet in 30 seconds. Right? And you can get the acceleration, then you can backtrack it with the expected total mass of the rocket.
Well, now passing 1 minute 30 seconds into flight, passing Mach 1. New Glenn is now supersonic.
Scott said 1.2 on Twitter. That's what I would have guessed as an intuition as well.
Engines continue to perform well. Now passing through max Q, maximum dynamic pressure. Body rate response.
Which, might I add, as we were saying earlier, Saturn V on Apollo 17 was like 1.07. So if this looked slow at 1.2, can you imagine Saturn V?
The toughest part of the flight on that vehicle, we have
now passing 2 minutes into flight.
And New Glenn
Chamber pressures continue to look good on all 7 B4 engines. Acceleration profile.
An incredible degree of success for the first run. You're not kidding. Absolutely wild. Yeah, like quite literally, it's a great shot, right? Just like really quick. It's a great, I guess, comparison seeing how SpaceX operates and how somebody like New Glenn operates, right? Because New Glenn still very much, at least in my opinion, operates in that sort of older mentality aerospace engineering way, right? Like think NASA. We do all of the design work up front. We do a lot of subcomponent testing. We verify everything. We build our proto-flight model. We launch it. It works. However, you take a long time to get to that point. Whereas with SpaceX, we see a lot of build, you know, go all the way through catastrophic failure to see where it fails, you know, fly it, see what happens, all that sort of stuff, right? So it's a very different way of doing things, but you can see that really juxtaposed here, right? So they built one New Glenn launch vehicle, launched it, made to orbit, whereas SpaceX took a while, right? Went through all of the serial numbers of Starship, just built a lot of different prototypes, and also was kind of granted, right? Because the way SpaceX is operating right now is kind of how you have to when you build something that has literally never been built before. New Glenn is very much a little bit more of a conventional rocket, minus the whole fly and return thing, right? But otherwise, it's a fairly conventional rocket, and it's not supposed to be human rated. Whereas Starship is a very unconventional rocket, building, you know, out of stainless steel and using methalox, which is not a common thing still. I mean, it's more common now, but back when SpaceX was first building Starship, not common at all to be using methalox as your fuel. talking about the flaps and how the flaps control your rocket. Like, all of this is new, and so you do have to build and learn, because you don't know what you don't know when you're building something that has never been developed before. So it is also, you know, there are many tools in the project management toolbox, and SpaceX is using one because it works for them in this case, and Blue Origin uses a little bit more of a refined, is that the right word, refined? A little bit more, I guess, a slower pace, but more methodical in its approach.
B3U, LH2 chill-in started.
When you get a chance, can you check the footage from just before liftoff appears? The GSC was getting lifted. I could be wrong. Not getting lifted. What I think that they do, I'd actually like to confirm this. So it is that their strong back, their structure does tip. You can actually see the hydraulics on launch as well. We can go back here real quick. So they are on hydraulics, and I think it's timed to do that once the vehicle lifts off.
Just do it, play level.
Yeah, it's basically a waterfall method.
Big water start.
You can see the big hydraulic pistons in the back here.
That's the big water command. There's the water deluge. Here we go, New Glenn.
It's time to do this. Let's light this candle.
Autopilot enabled. T-minus 10, 9.
See the big hydraulic pistons in the back?
6, 5, 4.
And then you can see them retracting.
Lift off.
So yeah, I'm wondering if they do something like, kind of like what Soyuz does. If you guys know Soyuz pad hold down points, they're essentially just held there by the weight of Soyuz. And so as Soyuz ramps up to full power of thrust and Soyuz is able to lift itself off of the pedestal, the gravity, now that they have big, huge weights on the back end of those arms, once it comes unpinned, the Soyuz vehicle, they just fall away naturally. So I'm also wondering if maybe something like that is happening here as well, where something like the pistons are there to catch the tower and make sure it doesn't fall, but otherwise this is kind of in a only being held in place by the weight of New Glenn. Like, I'm wondering if that would be kind of interesting if that was true, but it's probably not. It's probably just actuated. But I was wondering about that beforehand.
Lift off.
But yeah, you can see the pistons in the back. I can't. Oh, that is such a great sight right there. That's so good, man.
Now passing 18 seconds into flight.
Ah, flew like a dream. Pitched down range smoothly. But yeah, there you go. 2,000 feet at 30 seconds, as you said, Hellfish.
Now begun the pitch roll maneuver to point down range. Body rate responses are nominal. Chamber pressures continue to look good. Now 40 seconds into flight.
B4 engines, what a powerhouse, man.
Level. Chamber pressures continue to look good. 50 seconds in.
Yeah, indeed,
Data quality
Cherokee.
looks good coming down from the vehicle.
Wow.
Chamber pressures continue to
I
look
can't get
nominal.
over that right there. That's
1
with
minute
all the
into
troubles
flight.
that they were having with the BE4 engine. To see them working in a cluster like that is so awesome.
All 7 engines continue to look good on the first stage. Data quality is good coming down from the vehicle. Body rate responses are nominal.
Well, so natural
1 minute,
gas, like
50 seconds
methane,
into
typically
flight.
does burn a little blue and orange. And then yes, this is an oxygen-rich stage combustion cycle. So it's probably running a little bit on the leaner side,
Performed well.
which
Now
is
passing 1
inherently
minute, 30
blue.
seconds into flight, passing Mach 1. New Glenn is now supersonic. Engines continue to perform well. Now passing through max Q.
That's true, Zonal. That's true.
Body rate responses are nominal throughout the boost phase. Data quality continues to look good. Chamber pressure is looking good. All 7
pass
engines.
through max Q, maximum dynamic pressure. The toughest part of the flight on that vehicle, we have
passing 2
punched
minutes into
through
flight.
it, and New Glenn continues
Chamber pressures
its
continue to look
ascent
good
to
on all
space.
7 B4 engines. Acceleration profile is good. Body rates look good.
The vehicle
1
was
minute
in
to go.
control the whole time. Not a single issue, it sounded like. Hope Jacqueline's okay. Me too. It seems like it should be. We lost telemetry
Chill-in started.
pretty high at 42,000 or 4,200 miles per hour. Yeah, this is such a weird perspective. Somebody in chat said this was from the WB-57 from NASA, which is an airplane that has a big camera on it, but
2 minutes, 40 seconds.
that's true. I don't
Remaining in boost phase.
And here we
I don't
are,
recognize
coming up
this
on
shot.
Rico. Main engine cut off. Let's stand by for that.
It is the
Look
WB?
good.
Like, is that 100% confirmed that this is that feed? It just looks weird.
H2 RCS
Oh,
priming.
you can see the wing? Really? I didn't notice.
Let's,
Remaining in
Where
boost
can you see
phase.
the wing?
and here we are coming.
Oh, is that what it was coming over the horizon? Oh, you know, that
Now
totally
passing
makes
2
sense.
minutes, 30 seconds into flight.
My brain kept thinking like, oh, this is from
Vector
the
is
boat
nominal.
Jacqueline and it's coming out off of the horizon because you can only see it once it's really, really high. But yeah, if that's the wing, that totally makes
2
sense.
minutes, 40 seconds.
Totally makes sense.
Approximately 30 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. If this is the WB, then they definitely, I feel like, got a camera upgrade because I don't recognize, this is not what it usually looks like from the WB.
Continue to look good.
Oh, God, I wish we got to see more of this
Priming.
camera angle.
Now passing 3 minutes.
You can see the gimbal just ever so slightly.
And we
Super
have Miko.
stable. It looks great. I wonder what engines this is in between.
We have stage set.
Yeah, I know, right, Captain? Yo, Astro Eustace coming in
And
with
we
the
have
raid.
ignition on both B3Us. Chamber pressure's good.
Yeah, I want to see if the, oh, okay, so you can actually already see it from this one. What I thought was part of like whatever wrapping or whatever they had on it was peeling off. No, that's actually just, that was already there. You can see it right here, right? So those are probably like thermal couples, or they're not called thermal couples, right? They're called like thermal wires or something like that. They're basically a sensor that's very, very flexible, and you can just put it. So, you know, a thermal couple is typically like a really rigid thing. And so this looks like it's some sort of sensor as well. What's up, Astro? How are you doing? And Yargnet, what's good? I wonder if they were running the throttle low because of the low payload mass and maybe went a bit too conservative with the thrust. So low TWR on liftoff, more fuel used, not enough fuel for reentry, and stage 2 needing to do more work than intended. Yeah, I don't know. It was definitely low TWR. Something like 1.2 was my gut intuition. It seems like somebody said, Scott manually said the same thing on X. Yeah, I don't know. Definitely it was definitely lower than what I was expecting. So if they were at a throttle down capacity, then that certainly would make sense. We'll have to see what it is on the next flight, which is the Escapades mission in June, which I guess depending won't actually tell us too much more because the Escapade missions are 2 CubeSats. So they're going to be going from launching like 100 kilograms to launching like 50. But yeah, we'll have to see. But everything looked super, super good. The only thing that I'm wondering, I guess if we can go back, so I'll keep our space here, but I want to go back one more time. Like usually when you throttle down, you're not hitting your required mixture ratio for your engines. And so I'm wondering, like, we don't have anything to back this off of, except for maybe if we go and compare this to Vulcan and see what Vulcan's plume looks like. That's the only thing I can think of. Because you need to be able to compare this. Like if they're actually running at a lower throttle, you should be able to tell because you're not running at your optimal mixture ratio, which means that your engines are either is most likely going to be running more rich, since this is a oxygen rich stage combustion cycle. If you're running at a lower setting, you're probably getting more fuel in your system. So it'll run a little fuel rich, be a little bit more orange. And it looks orange down here, but that's probably after mixing with the atmosphere. So yeah, if we could like do a side-by-side with Vulcan and see what Vulcan's plume looks like, and if it runs even bluer or cleaner than this, I don't know. It's tough to say. I don't know. We don't know enough about New Glenn because this is the first launch, but could be an interesting theory for sure. An interesting theory.
And we have Miko. We have stage set.
It's an awful low dip. Yeah, I wouldn't read too much into that part personally, because it is a Hydrolox engine with, albeit the most powerful expander cycle engines, but they're also pretty low thrust. So it doesn't surprise me that they have a pretty big dip no matter what. Just doing a lofted trajectory.
Now
So
passing
personally,
3
I wouldn't
minutes,
read too
40
much into
seconds
that part,
flight.
but
Body rates look good.
Yeah, that doesn't look like
Now passing 3
ice
minutes,
to
40
me.
seconds into flight.
It definitely
Body
looks
rate.
like something peeling off.
Now passing 3 minutes, 40 seconds into flight. Body rate
I'm not
looks
sure
good.
what.
Data quality coming
I
down.
don't know
from
what's
both
on
stages.
the forward side of the
Looks
rocket.
good.
Here, 1 second. Let's see something here. Oh, need to go forward. So these are not complete, are they? Like, I'm wondering if it's part of the fire blanket or part of the thermal insulation. Because I don't see anything here that would really say if there should be something peeling off, but it didn't really look like ice, personally. Because ice you would typically see hit the plume and then kind of just get dispersed, but that definitely looks metallic to me. Didn't really see them loft. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, it would make sense that they did a lower throttle setting, but like I said, we just don't have anything to compare it to confirm that at the moment. And then turn purple as the climb. Yeah, I noticed that too, Nick, when that other shot, especially at the lower levels. So yeah, it wouldn't really surprise me if they did a lower throttle setting. I just don't know if that would be. I'm sure that's what they intended, because they said nominal chamber temperature and pressure throughout the entire flight. So
Looks good. Data quality coming
looks like
down from
Mylar or
both
something.
stages.
Yeah,
Looks good. GS2
a stiffener ring. It was only on the lip. It looks like it was
Good.
coming
Body
from
rate.
higher up, right? Oh, I didn't notice this before. Wait. Is that what we're seeing? Is it this right here that we're seeing break away? It looked like it was coming from higher up. There's one. It is coming from. Well, where is it coming from? Is it just around the bottom? It might just be around the bottom. Oh, gosh, the frame rate on these cameras are not good. So it's definitely a big metallic piece of something. And it's flexible. You can tell it's flexible. I'm wondering if it's just like Mylar tape or something like that. Yo, Birdie coming in with a Twitch Prime subscription. Thank you. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Oh, you can see some pieces over there too. So it's definitely not ice. So that's confirmed. Is there like another one? Okay, so that does come around the bottom. Okay, yeah, good call. It looked like it was coming, it was like falling from like behind the camera. But yeah, you can clearly see here it's just unraveling around the engine bell. I'm wondering if it's just like some sort of like metal metallic tape or something like that. Because you can see it right there. It looks like it's coming off. Yeah. Interesting. Can you see it in this other picture that I had? Kind of hard to tell. Like, it doesn't really look like there's anything here. You can kind of see like those ridges, but again, I can't tell what that actually is. But interesting. Space tape? Yeah, quite literally. Yeah, it's just a metallic space tape. Any metal is flexible enough when you force when you put force and heat applied to it. That's true. Do you know how it compares to the Atlas V launch profile, once it had a pretty pronounced loft dip launch profile with a lower TWRS? I don't know off the top of my head, no. No, that Arian does a pretty significant dip. So yeah, I wouldn't like personally, I wouldn't read into the dip too much as like, oh, they, didn't intend for it to be like that, because they clearly, I think, did when they were calling out nominal chamber temperature, pressure, and orbit. But yeah, it would make sense if the first stage was running a little on the lower side, because they have essentially no payload. This thing can carry 45,000 kilograms into orbit per its spec sheet, right? And it was only carrying maybe 100 kilograms. So yeah.
3 seconds into flight. Body rates look good. Data quality coming down from both stages. Looks good.
Yeah, probably to make them flex less. It would make sense. I mean, that's what SpaceX does with the stiffener ring. It's just whatever their system is designed, however it's designed.
We have good payload fairing jettison.
Mixture ratio is like oxidizer to fuel ratio. Yeah, zonal. Exactly right. How much oxidizer are you pumping in with how much fuel you're pumping in?
Of the two stages,
Tank pressures are within their limits.
stage Stage 2 is now continuing its launch.
So do we get any other shots from here? No, right?
Passing 4 minutes, 20 seconds into flight.
Not until we see that right there. Ships in an Amazon delivery van, yeah.
Continuing through its planned burn.
So this is engine ignition for, so remember the booster should be flying in like this, backwards, right? So engine's pointing this way, it's flying this way, much like what we see the Falcon 9 do during its supersonic retropropulsion. They of course call it the exo-atmospheric deceleration burn, although albeit they're doing this at only 100,000 feet, so it's definitely like a supersonic retropropulsion. Anyways, yeah, it's hard to tell exactly what's going on here with such a grainy camera and with such a small like field of view, but yeah, I can't tell. This doesn't seem great to me, right? Like we saw what these engines could do at full thrust or whatever during launch. Blue, maybe a little bit of orange. This looks more like a flamethrower than like an actual sustained rocket plume. But again, it's hard to see because we have such a small angle, you know, field of view, that also on ignition, when you look at Starship, when you look at Falcon 9, it has a lot of like white and yellow flame. Of course, that's RP1 and it's kind of supposed to look like that. This just doesn't look like a very good sustained burn on it on reignition. Baslubin says, let's celebrate a successful launch and hope they will understand what went wrong with the booster recovery. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I have no doubt that they're going to come back and nail it on the next time because they got to orbit no problem on the first try. Like I said, it's a complete juxtaposition between what SpaceX does for their development cycle and what Blue Origin does in terms of that slightly more heritage methodical approach that's typically referred to as like a waterfall project management approach. You basically do all of your design work up front, you do subcomponent testing, you verify everything does exactly as you intended at the subscale level, and then you scale up to one single, what's called a proto-flight model. It's a prototype, but also your flight system. And then you launch that system and it works first time, right? That's Artemis. That's what NASA did with Artemis 1. Yeah, that versus SpaceX going through, 100 different serial numbers of Starship before getting into Starship super heavy flight testing and just doing flight test, right? A very big difference. Both of them very useful for what they're being used for. New Glenn, again, is kind of like a more conventional rocket design minus the recovery aspect of it, but otherwise it's pretty conventional, nothing too crazy in my opinion in terms of, in comparison to, I should say, Starship, which is a system that is just absolutely bonkers, right? The flappy wings being made out of stainless steel, having Raptors that are the most powerful, smallest engine. Like, yeah, there's a lot there. All right, Element, have a good night, my friend. And then Aeroload took it. That's what I would have to understand as well, TF. Although, like I said, the thing that's throwing a wrench in this, right, is, okay, so at 100,000 feet, I don't know exactly when they were supposed to do their exo-atmospheric deceleration burn, because we do know that when they hit 5,000 and they do their startup, they do correctly, you can clearly tell there, it's falling, it's continuing to fall, it's, still increasing, and then bam, it starts decelerating very, very quickly. So something about the engine burn was clearly good. I just wonder if they had all three engines good, because they were doing a 3-engine ignition, right, for the supersonic retropropulsion. But again, I don't know what engines this is. It does look kind of good here, actually. Again, we don't know enough about New Glenn. We don't know enough about the BE4 engines in this configuration and how it's supposed to look. So
continuing through its planned burn.
This could be totally fine. But at 100,000 feet, that seems really low. I gotta say, right? Because that's only 30 kilometers. When does Falcon 9 do its when does Falcon 9 do its supersonic retropropulsion burn? Hold up. Can we see Falcon 9 launch a space flight, I would really like to. Does SpaceX have, like, because it's not on YouTube, is it? Is it SpaceX YouTube? Like, do they actually post any more to their YouTube? Like, even just old videos? Like their previous launches that are live streams? No. No, they don't. Kind of a bummer. We could go back to their live, I guess. Starlink mission, yeah. If we look at Starlink mission here, exactly where in terms of altitude do they do their SSRP? So they do it at 70 kilometers. Call it 65 kilometers. New Glenn was starting up at 30 kilometers. So I do wonder if they were late on the startup. I couldn't imagine because it seemed like everything was on track. It just seems like a really low point to start your exo-atmosphere. It's definitely not exo-atmospheric deceleration though, right? Because you're very much in the atmosphere if you're that low. But I don't know. But they definitely were slowing down. But at 84,000 feet, like I said, that I don't know. We don't know enough about New Glenn, huh? Yeah, I know, Yargnet. The time, yeah, the feed was definitely behind the callouts. EJ thought it was late too. I don't know. I mean, it seems like when did they first call out the engine ignition?
Closer to the landing ship, the
Because you can see it here on their timeline.
The two outer of the three middle engines will shut off back, have the steering fins at the.
And when do we hear it?
Is flying back to the Jacqueline, providing lift to come in for a nice, soft, and vertical landing.
So we should have booster at 720.
Jacqueline.
Seeing good chamber pressures on both BE3Us.
This BE3U call out. So if it was actually, but we're already 10 seconds behind.
Relight confirmed.
It's still defaulting. Don't listen to her because she's ahead of us. We're looking at the telemetry that's behind what they're seeing. Yeah, that does seem late, right? That, like, if they were supposed to get the call out, if we were supposed to go by this timeline, then booster reentry was 20 seconds ago, and they just started. Hey, what's up, Honesister? How are you? Late as in too close to the ground. Yeah, I'm even thinking late as in terms of timing. I mean, again, I wonder how accurate this timeline is, but it hit booster reentry burn 20 seconds ago. And so is this timeline, again, it's so hard to tell exactly what's going on, right? Because of, you know, is that timeline actually accurate? What actually is accurate? But you can see here, it hits booster reentry burn at 720, and then we don't get any telemetry saying that they actually do start up that reentry burn until 20 seconds later. So I'm just wondering, is that timeline what's supposed to actually happen when it's supposed to happen, or no? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Yargnet. Exactly right. That's my point. If they didn't hit the acceleration that expected, the time would all shift. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it could have just, like, yeah, we'll see. We will wait for the official word from Blue Origin, which I do hope gives us some sort of update. They said that they would. We will hope for the best. But yeah, they did seemingly, very apparently, lose the first stage. I feel like there was around 5 plus maybe even 10 seconds of various different timings between announcement, graphics, and feeds from factories, MC, etc. Yeah, so I guess my running assumption is that the telemetry and the graphics that we're seeing here are all in sync. The callouts, they're ahead of us on the callouts because they're probably seeing this, they're probably seeing the telemetry live, and then that live telemetry right's getting compressed and broadcast, sent up to the servers and back down. You know what I mean. So it takes time to get to us what we're able to view. But if you ignore the callouts and just, like I said, my running assumption is that this entire page here is all synced, so the telemetry here is synced with the timeline based on the time. If we run by that assumption, then it seems late, but again, big assumption. Will you stream Starship tonight? Yes, I will. Let's hope it didn't Rods from the Gods, Jacqueline. I don't think it would have. No. The fact that we just lost telemetry at 4,200 miles per hour at like 84,000 feet, I feel like it broke up. Because we never got telemetry back. So if it was just a like plasma blackout or something like that, then we would have gotten it at some point lower in the atmosphere, you know? So it definitely seems like if we didn't get any stage telemetry after that, I think it broke up or FTS'd or something. Something ended the booster at that point. Is my, again, speculation. We'll see. It'll be interesting to see what the failure mode of the booster landing was. Did they miss? If not, what's the condition of the barge like? Yeah. Yeah, indeed. We'll see. But yeah, that's where the telemetry cut out. And, you know, if it was, like I said, just something that was supposed to be a temporary blackout, you would have gotten the telemetry back at some point. Because as long as you get lower and lower in the atmosphere, you're going to hit more drag. And at some point, you will get outside of that blackout zone. And again, assuming that they're routing telemetry or able to route telemetry all the way to the landing through Jacqueline or something like that. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. Yep. Anyways, chat, I think that is going to have to do it for me. What a fantastic and wonderful stream. Able to see New Glenn finally launched. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. We'll have to see. We'll have to wait for the official Blue Origin commentary or updates. Hopefully we do get them here in the near future. They did say that they were going to let us know, so we'll actually see. This is a test for Blue Origin. This is a test for Blue Origin to see just how transparent will they be. This would be good. Like I said, I don't really care if they tell us too much in any detail, but what I would like is at least saying, hey, you know, booster started exoatmospheric deceleration burn late and broke up. Like, just tell us that. That's all you gotta say. Just tell us some little bit so we're not speculating and going out of our minds. But anyways, chat, like I said, I hope you enjoyed that coverage. We went through a lot of notes and we now have New Glenn for 2025 under our belt. So if anybody has your bingo cards ready, stamp New Glenn debut on your bingo card. All right, chat, I'm out. Have a wonderful rest of your day, your evening, wherever you may be. It's 1 a.m. for me. I'm going to bed. Got work tomorrow. So until tomorrow, where we have Starship. By the way, Starship, chat. Starship should be happening still. Yes, Starship is happening 3 p.m. Mountain Time. We'll see. Hope to see you guys there. Ta-ta for now.